Members, we're going to be starting in a minute. Ms. Nardra. Good afternoon, members. I'd like to call this meeting of Finance Committee to order. I would invite the Honourable Minister for Planning, Lands, Agriculture. Yeah. I would like to invite the Honourable Minister for Social Development and Innovation, Youth, Sports and Culture to lead us in prayer.
Thank you. Let us pray. Almighty God, we thank you for bringing us here today for this deliberation of Finance Committee. Guide our words, our thoughts, our actions as we deliberate on behalf of our people. We ask that we are respectful with each other during these deliberations. We ask all these things in your Son's holy name. Amen.
Amen. Please be seated. Members, we are quorate in Finance Committee. I thank you for attending this important meeting for the committee's approval for these supplementary expenditures being sought. Honourable members will also note that the meeting of Finance Committee can be called as permitted in paragraph 82 of Suborder 5 of the Parliamentary Standing Orders. As usual, request members' cooperation in asking questions promptly and succinctly. The agenda that's before us, I think, is a relatively clean one. Honourable members, the supplementary appropriation requests before you reflect the needs of our community and government's commitment to responsibly addressing emerging pressures while maintaining compliance with the framework for fiscal responsibility. The committee is seeking a significant number of capital expenditure appropriations that have given rise since the passage of the budget. There is a significant amount of new opportunities that have come to government's attention by way of acquisition of school plant, acquisition of certain lands, regulatory compliance needs as it relates to combating illicit finance and the like. However, in broad terms, in education, we're seeking an additional $49 million for those reasons to address immediate and long-term capacity needs in our system. Infrastructure, $52.8 million is being sought for land purchases for conservation, to progress major road expansions, and for a major project at the Port Authority. Financial services and regulatory compliance, $5 million is being sought for combating illicit finance. In tourism, $13 million is being sought to support Cayman Airways cash flows needs. Social development, $5.3 million is being sought to provide financial assistance to eligible Caymanians and continued ex gratia payments that the country has made to seamen and veterans. Youth, sports and culture, $3.6 million is being sought to expand youth and community engagement initiatives. Safety and workforce development of $3.1 million is being sought for domestic aerodrome and fire services and improving workforce development opportunities for Caymanians and organizational capacity. And finally, members, approximately $2.5 million being sought for agriculture to facilitate the ongoing purchase of agricultural supplies for the agriculture sectors. Members, I want to just give a financial update to ensure that members are aware of what the impact of these requests would have. The unaudited financial results as at the 31st of May show that core government ended its first 5 months with an overall surplus of $267.9 million. And members will note that there would be the traditional decrease in the surplus amount since the first quarter was produced, published, and gazetted. But that, of course, is the historical position where the majority of government revenues are earned between 1 January and 31st of March. The accumulated surplus for the period for that first quarter would be sufficiently large to be able to withstand the monthly deficits from April through December. So at the end of year result, we're still projecting it to be in surplus. Honourable members might quite rightly ask, what are the financial impact of these requests? Honourable members, the Section 12 supplementary expenditures requested before you today total $134.3 million. Taking these supplementary requests into account, the current projections for the 2026 financial year are core government's 2026 operating revenues as now forecasted at $1.288 billion, which is $30 million more than the $1.258 billion in the original budget. Core government's operating expenditures are forecast to be $1.277 billion, which is approximately $29 million more than the $1.248 billion originally budgeted. So core government, we're projecting an operating surplus of $10.5 million, which is just slightly, approximately $600,000 less than the $11.1 million that was in the original budget documents. Core government is, of course, still projected to borrow the same amount that was in the budget. The core government is forecast to maintain compliance with all 6 measures of responsible financial management as at the 31st of December 2026. And we would end with cash, or cash reserve days would be approximately 94.2 million days. So members, the bottom line is the revenue performance to date has been significantly higher, in particular in financial services, than we originally projected. And so the financial services industry's fees have been, as usual, paving the way for how government funds its operations. Also, stamp duty is on pace to set yet another record this year, and that is principally being driven by transactions in excess of $2 million. And of course, those rates were increased from 7.5% to 10%. So members, we have a proposed schedule to follow, which would be led off by the Ministry of Planning, Lands and Agriculture.
Mr. Chairman.
Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we get started with the first ministry appropriations, is it possible for us to get a copy of your layout of the current financial position that you were reading from, just for us to get context of where we are? I know you read it out. I was trying to take notes as you went, but it would have been good to be provided with a snapshot of where we are today in order to take into context these appropriations which we received at 3 o'clock yesterday. Thank you.
Where's our summary? Mr. Saunders? No, so we've listed all the appropriations with the appropriation changes. And so we were going to go through page by page on those appropriations. What the members now speaking to is the high-level snapshot of the performance. Member, I have no difficulty with just getting the proposed order, because that's what you're looking at. You're talking about the order that we're taking the witnesses. Yeah, sorry. Sergeant, if you could just make a quick copy of this to distribute to all members. Thank you. Members, in regards to the request made by the Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition, I will get the Sergeant, and I can get his attention again to just give the high level to all members of the committee, which not only has the high level operating results and projected balance sheet, but also the 6 principles of the FFR.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
before we
McTaggart.
actually begin, may I just ask you one question in relation to the exercise we're going through this afternoon? Is any borrowing contemplated as a result of this expenditure that we are undertaking?
Excellent. Excellent question. Based on the current projectors, based on the current, no, based on the current projections, we're still, that's why I listed it and said it a little earlier, still the same amount that's been appropriated is what we're projecting. Yeah. So I would now open on page 9 of the schedule, the appropriation changes being sought for the Ministry of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure. And the first is 1.2 million as a Section 12 under the Public Management and Finance Act, additional appropriation for PAH1, advice and support to the Minister for Planning, Lands and Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure. Are there any questions on that appropriation change? No questions on PEA1, PEH20. Can I take the vote on PEA1, the appropriation change of $1.2 million increase? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. PEH24, Agriculture Support and Regulatory Services. The Ministry is seeking a Section 12 increased appropriation of $2.5 million to facilitate ongoing purchase of agriculture supplies for the agriculture sector in the Cayman Islands. Are there any questions? Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wonder if the Honourable Minister could just expand on that. Is this a increase in demand or a new program, or what are the purchases for?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, through you, this is an increase in demand, and also of the recent wars that's been going on, the increase of feed and increase of bunker charges and port charges that are being applied to our containers as they come in. So this covers a variety of a lot of the increase. And and it also covers a section of staffing.
Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, can the minister say whether or not this increase will help to support the whitefly outbreak, which I know your department has been working hard on addressing? Is there any amounts within the 2.5 million to give extra support for that team?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, through you, I thank the member for the question. It's a great question. Mr. Chair, with the increase of the whitefly, it's something that the agriculture has been battling for quite some time. They are reaching out to some of the other, like the pest control sprayers, to try to help them get a control on this. So they're buying extra chemicals as they need to be able to go out to be able to help that. So some of this funding will help there. And this will showing a shortfall. And this will get us to the end of December, what we need to go.
Mr. Saunders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the Honourable Minister. In terms of staff, how many staff are we looking at for this amount?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, through you, it will be 3.
Thank
Saunders.
you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, does that one of those positions includes import-export assistant?
Mr. Chairman, it's a very specific question. Can you answer it?
Mr. Chair, he's absolutely right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted that for the record. Thank you.
Mr. McTaggart.
Thank you, sir. Through you to the minister. Can the minister say, does this 2.5, any amounts in the 2.5 million represent supplies and stuff that are actually subsequently resold to the public?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, it is, sir.
Mr. McTaggart. Mr. Saunders.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, just a quick question to the minister. We are working on an amnesty program for the amount of money that farmers had owed the Department of Agriculture. Is there any progress being made in terms of that initiative?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I thank the member for the question. It's a great question, and I know everybody, probably every farmer is listening for that question. Mr. Chair, it is something that the previous government had looked at the time, and we just ran short of time. And I do have a cabinet paper ready to bring back to cabinet for a decision to be made on that too, sir.
And I can also just share that there has been a few individual farmers who have reached out, and those have been approved through the Ministry of Finance. If there are no further questions, all those in favor of the supplementary expenditure with respect to PAH 24 Agriculture Support and Regulatory Services for an amount of $2,500,000 being approved, please say aye.
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 Those against? No. The ayes have it. PAH 27, Facilities Management. An appropriation is being sought via Section 12 of the PMFA of $400,000. Are there any questions? Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can the Honourable Minister say if the 400,000 will cover the necessary increase potential staff responsibilities for the extended Central Scranton Park, which I understand the park will be governed by the facilities management team?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, if the members don't mind, could we carry PH 27 and EA 164 together? Because I can speak on both of them or pertaining to the same.
Members, do you have any other specific questions relating to PEA 27, the $400,000 increase for facilities management? The minister is indicating that that is intertwined with the
PH EA 164, but I'm happy to answer the member's question also right now. Mr. Chair,
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, PH 27 facility management for the 400,000. The 400,000 is directly for the Scranton Park, for the facility, for the maintenance and the continuing of the park. So it includes the individual that will manage the park. It also includes, talks about for the pest controls, paper and covering the utilities and waters and electricity, Wi-Fi, maintenance of CCTV cameras, the MEPs that need to be maintained going through the year, and then also it would be the reactive of the maintenance of building fabric for non-MEP installation external to the building. If the member wants, I could provide him of a breakdown of that, what that 400 looks like. But that is the total coverage of everything, what is going to be to maintain the park itself. And Mr. Chair, that's why I asked if he wanted to tie 164 in, because I could have given everything on both at the same time. But happy to go line by line.
The items line by line, this is the cleanest way for us to move through efficiently. Any further questions, Deputy Leader of the Opposition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank the Honourable Minister for that answer, and I'll accept his offer of providing the breakdown on paper so I can look at it later, but I think he gave a comprehensive answer to the 400 appropriation.
Thank you. No further questions. All those in favour of the supplementary expenditure with respect to PAH 27 facilities management for an amount of 400,000 being approved, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. EI 69, equity investment for the Minister of Planning in the amount of $8 million via Section 12 of the PMFA for the Port Authority to support potential strategic land acquisitions in Grand Cayman and Cayman Brac and procurement of operational highway trucks and maritime workboats. Any questions? Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to question and to clarify. This is a new budget item, as I see that the previous year was nil. And also, if he's in a position to give us a little more detail on the land acquisitions?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, absolutely. Mr. Chair, can I just ask the Sarge if he can just give the member a copy, the Deputy Leader of Opposition, a copy of this? This is the breakdown for the last one. Deputy Leader of Opposition. Mr. Chair, the EI 69, the Port Authority, breakdown for the 8 million. 5 million out of that is for land acquisitions around the Port Authority, and that covers land that the Port Authority Board has looked at that they need to start to acquire, in Grand Cayman, Cayman Brac, and also in Little Cayman. And then the balance is for us to new Port Authority vessels and also new trucks for our drivers. And when I say new trucks, what we mean is the trucks that are moving the containers up and down. So if anybody knows those trucks are not fit for purpose. They give every one of our drivers have the complaints about back pains because of the rigidness of the trucks, and also it's aging equipment that we're always having to maintain. And they have looked at and got a supply of new vehicles that they would love to be able to purchase. So that's what this money is for, and the purchasing of new vessels. As you all know, we are updating the new Port Authority Act. So a lot of this is actually just getting ahead of that, so that by the time that act is ready, we have already engaged with the vessels that we need for the Port Authority to be able to maintain the Port Authority Harbour. And we're also making the necessary investments to the aging infrastructure that we have at the Port Authority.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, thank the Honourable Minister for that. On that response, I just want a clarification that there's no new port development. This is all to buy land supporting the current ports in the three islands.
You're
Honourable
absolutely
Minister.
correct, sir.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I did ask you earlier if this is a new appropriation because I'm just wondering why these sorts of things, like the trucks and stuff like that, were not covered by the Port Authority in their budget, but is coming now from the ministry as a new equity injection.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, thank the member for the question. Mr. Chair, the question is that the budget that the Port Authority has is really looking at enhancing the infrastructure on the port, whereas the cost for these extra things, they would not have been able to have this in their budget for be able to purchase this year. And when we looked at these things, we thought that it was very necessary for us to start to get this with also the infrastructure that needs to happen at the harbor, at the Royal Watler. The investment that needs to be made, the investment will be made coming directly from the port. So this was just to be able to enhance, to be able to help, be able to push this infrastructure and be able to get this infrastructure that we needed right away. And also a promise from, the flag, when we went through the audit, that we were going to make sure that we had the port up to date and to be able to pass the next audit that was going to be done.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, sir. If that is the case, would the minister say whether or not the Port Authority is expected to repay this to government, or this is a one-time injection that won't be repaid?
So there's no loan agreement in place. It's a pure equity injection, not a loan. Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition, and then Mr. Saunders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can the Honourable Minister say whether the Port Authority have started the plans or process for the cleaning? I wouldn't want to use the word dredging because it has such a negative connotation, but the proper cleaning of the harbour area so that the appropriate boat sizes can be utilised appropriately? Because I know it's a plan. Can you give us an update on that?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, through you, there is a plan to look at the cleaning up of the port. The business case is being drafted now as we speak, and I would say very shortly we should be able to get out to that. It is a very complex, I would say, not having to use the word dredging, but cleaning of that location and how much sand can be taken out of that area and being careful of not having to undermine the dock at the same time. So we would have to definitely go out to tender very shortly for that and see who's the successful bidders out there that could provide us with that service. But it is ongoing, and we should hopefully see something by the end of this year ready on bonfire.
Mr. Saunders.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the Honourable Minister, just expanding on the question that was asked by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The Port Authority is actually a profitable entity. Is there any reason why this wasn't given to them as a loan as opposed to an equity injection?
Honourable Minister. Mr. Saunders, overall, when we looked at where the Port Authority was and the request from the Minister, the decision was made that this would be seen as, I think the acronym is ASI, the audit, them having to comply with that and the level of aging equipment, etc., and the necessity for some future improvements and endeavours, the decision was made to make this be a one-off equity investment because we felt like the port needed that level of support. And we were also saying to them that given the current climate, we didn't want to see any new fees introduced, either an increase in fees in terms of package tax and that sort of stuff to come through. So that was certainly that was the discussion that I had with the minister, and this was a decision to go this route.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just for the record, and I just want to state, one of my concerns with the Port Authority is that it is one of the few SAGCs that actually takes that big, fat medical and pension adjustment that actually impact their operations, unlike other SAGCs. So from that standpoint, I mean, they do have cash sitting on, if you look at their operations, minus that liability charge that they take every single year. The other SAGCs don't take. So I just want to put that on the radar for both you and the Honourable Minister to consider in the Port Authority, is that is also included in their operational costs, where that is something that's not even carried in central government or in other SAGCs, which actually impact their performance. So that's the only reason why I asked the question that I did. Thank you.
Mr. McTaggart.
Thank you, sir. To the Minister, I wonder if he could tell us whether they've identified any particular parcels of land in Grand Cayman to acquire for the port, because I know they're pretty much locked in where they are in terms of the availability of vacant land there to expand.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, through you, what I can say is that the land that they're looking at is some of the land space around the holding port area where they carry all the containers at just off of Industrial Park, CBC.
McTaggart. Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can confirm that was a part of a planned approach from last time, which leads into the question that I'm going to ask the Minister. There's an $8 million amount, which is broken up into, obviously, procurement of land and the other with trucks. Do you have an idea of how much is going towards lands and how much is going towards trucks?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, through you, $5 million is going towards land purchases, and the rest is going towards the trucks and the vessels.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Through you again, Mr. Chairman, just to say that I do support the approach that the government and the Minister of Finance has taken in respect to it being an equity injection as opposed to a loan. Because naturally, if it was a loan applied to the Port Authority, naturally what would possibly happen is the Port Authority then try to increase their fees, which will have on a knock-on effect from a cost of living perspective. So I support the government from an injection perspective. But vice versa, we've had circumstances of loans by other authorities, and in this case, under the same minister with Airports Authority, maybe we consider, particularly because they served us so well during COVID, whether the loan that they received during that time could be potentially considered as an equity injection at that time too, or potentially giving us such reduction in payment, because I believe that is what's forcing them to potentially increase their cost at the airport from various different ways. So I would definitely support the government if they were to consider writing off that loan that was received just after COVID. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, thank you, and thank the member for the, I don't know, I can't say it was a question, but what I can say, Mr. Chair, is that just up to yesterday, yourself, the Premier, Deputy Premier, and myself had a conversation, a lengthy conversation.
A long meeting.
A long meeting and then a conversation.
3 hours.
About the same thing going forward. And we look forward to be able to cleaning up that exercise very shortly, sir. So just to say that the member can say that the government has done exactly what he has just repeated, that's exactly what we're looking at doing. So whoever gave you the information, sir, was spot on.
All those in favour for the supplementary expenditure with respect to EI 69 Port Authority for an amount of $8 million being approved, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. EI 71. To address the identified structural gaps, strengthen organizational capacity, support workforce development opportunities for Caymanians, and establish a sustainable operating model for the ministry's increasing responsibilities and strategic priorities in the area of planning, lands, agriculture, housing, and infrastructure. Any questions on the $200,000? Honorable Deputy, Mr. Bryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a rather small amount relative to the budget overall, but there's just one part of the reasons for appropriation change that confused me. I'm not sure what it's relating to, so I'm just asking the minister to elaborate on it. The part that says support workforce development opportunities for Caymanians. What does that mean? What do you mean by that in respect to this? Because I mean, this is for the ministry. Because to me that sounds like you're planning for jobs for Caymanians specifically. Maybe not put words in your mouth. Just explain what that part means.
Mr. Chair,
Minister.
through you, happy to explain. Mr. Chair, maybe when it says support workforce development, it's basically to be able to fit out different fit outs for the government building, and also for some of the aging equipment that we have, like some of the computers that need to be updated for some of the new staffing that are coming on, and the fit out of the office spaces. So that's directly what that is for. So I guess when it says support for the workforce, it's to be able to get their space built out within the area, sir.
All those in favor of the supplementary expenditure?
Chairman.
Say aye.
Mr. Chairman, I do apologize. Glad I got your attention.
Mr. Bryan?
Mr. Chairman, by any means, is there any
All those in favor of supplementary expenditure with respect to EI 71, Ministry of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure for an amount of $200,000 being approved, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. EA 4, Land Purchases. Section 12, supplementary expenditure request of $21 million to purchase various land in Grand Cayman, Cayman Brac, and Little Cayman. Are there any questions? Mr. Bryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This land purchase only has to do with land specifically, or land as well as building?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, this is directly for land purchases.
Mr. Tatum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I ask if the minister is able to say where these lands are? If you could just give a commitment to providing a list of them afterwards, please.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, what I can say is that, Mr. Chair, through you, there's several land purchases that we have looked out throughout the whole of Grand Cayman, from West Bay to East End, also in Cayman Brac, and also several parcels in Little Cayman. But, Mr. Chair, a lot of them are still ongoing negotiations, so we'll be happy to provide a member in writing afterwards if he wants to know directly where each location is.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. Mr. Chairman, this is $21 million in addition to $1.5 million in the actual budget, additional. And then today we're looking to take $12 million from the EPF for land purchase conservation. What business case makes up the reasons for the $21 million additional monies in lands? Is it just for public purpose, for future development? And Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, understanding I want to say to the honourable member, the importance of Finance Committee, and in particular this sum. It's important that the country and ourselves, here in opposition in particular, but the country itself, understands when we're spending this amount of money, what it's for, and if at all possible, where it is, but certainly what it's for.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, through you, as the member for Georgetown Central, the deputy leader of opposition, first question was if this was money for land purchases only, and that is correct. It was for land purchases, several land purchases throughout the island that we have identified, from West Bay, Bodden Down, East End, Northside, Cayman Brac, Little Cayman. Also, some of them may be aware that there's going to have to be several land purchases that needs to be done where with the Little Cayman Airport for the expansion and for the fixing of that airport. So there are purchases included into that 21 million for that.
To say that, broadly speaking, there's some that would be future things for housing and that sort of stuff, like national housing.
Mr. Chair, I do apologize on that for the other side of that question. Yes, some of this is for agriculture use, some is for be able to build housing on.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and because we're not playing politics here whatsoever, but I mean, it just said to purchase land in Grand Cayman, Cayman Brac, and Little Cayman. What would have been wonderful is to have at least an estimated cost of lands for housing, lands for the airport, lands for agriculture, and then we would know, and the public would also know, and it would also the level of transparency that we wish to have. Because then, next thing we go and we start to beat up the government on housing, not knowing that some of this money was for housing, and the public to know too.
And that's fair. What I would suggest is, if the minister agrees, that he could meet with you all privately. I would rather that, simply because even identifying some of the categories, some of the persons would know if we said the exact amounts that we're allocating here, because they would have an idea of what their land could be used for, and it could cause negotiations to go sideways. Go up, if you know what I mean. Not quite sideways. Thank you, members. So all those in favor of all those in favor of supplementary expenditure with respect to EA4 land purchases for an amount of 21 million being approved, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. EA9 land purchase gazetted claims. A supplementary appropriation of $5 million is being sought. Are there any questions, Mr. Bryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want confirmation that the $5 million extra will be covering two of the matters that were brought up in Parliament just recently by myself in the Georgetown Central area, one being particularly in the Rock Hole property that was taken for gazettal of the road, and the other one in the Crew Road area. Can you confirm, Minister?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, happy to confirm, coming off of the lengthy debate and discussion that we had in the previous Parliament just last week, I did mention that we were bringing a land purchase vote here for $5 million to be able to cover all of those land purchases. So it did include the lands that was questioned in Parliament are in this number also, sir.
Honourable Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is 2026 original appropriation was 1.5 million. This is additional 5 million. And I appreciate what the minister just said. Does the minister have, because I'm going to assume, which you should never assume, but I will assume that the land purchases for roads, acquisition for roads to be built, or or the acquisition of lands planned for 2026 would have been covered somewhat in that 1.5 million. Is the minister in a position to give us some historically, how far back this 5 million goes and what percentage of it goes towards historical land acquisitions that have been owed compared to what's for new land being acquired in this current budget?
Honourable Minister.
So, Chair, happy to answer the question. I would say a good portion of this is all historical funding. Going back maybe 2 administrations at least.
Mr. Hugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. I thank the Minister, and I understand that if the Minister would undertake to provide us in writing with some breakdowns showing the historical
Honourable Minister.
commitments.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to provide that in writing to the Leader of Opposition once we have finalized all of those deals in the next couple of months here.
Mr. McTaggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, through you to the Minister, can you say whether you said a lot of this is taking care of some historical stuff, and we know that there are unpaid claims that go back many, many years. Will this take care of all of them so that all that we're left with now is the current stuff that remains to be doing, or will this take care of all of the outstanding claims? Get some flavor from you as to what would be left.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I can't say right to the minute if this takes care of every single claim, but what I can say that this does take care of a lot of them that have been back at least a decade, and it also cleans up anything that we have actually taken recently also. So there may be 1 or 2 that have not put in a claim as of yet, and that have not come to my desk that I don't know about. But I have asked the team that we look through every Gazette claims that we had, and we try to make sure that we're cleaning up this whole exercise with getting everybody paid up to date with all of the land purchases that we've taken of land gazette, road gazettes that we've taken from individuals that we have not paid. So if there's someone out there that has not been paid, it's probably because that I don't know about them yet. It's probably because they may not have put in that claim. But I've asked for a full detailed list of everybody that we owe, and right now, up to the list that came in to me, 5 million was the last one that was there. A lot of what you see on the Linford Pearson and the section going over by the King's Roundabout, we have already cleaned up a lot of that exercise already.
Mr. McTaggart.
So just to confirm, then, this takes care of everything that you're aware of.
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you. And I applaud the government for doing that, because I know these things have been outstanding for a long, long time, sir. Thanks.
All those in favour of supplementary expenditure with respect to EA9 land purchase gazette claims for an amount of $5 million being approved, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. EA146 land purchase for conservation. Supplementary appropriation of $12 million is being sought via Section 12 of the PMFA. This is to purchase various land in Grand Cayman, Cayman Brac, and Little Cayman. The funding for this change will be sought from Finance Committee and use monies coming from the Environmental Protection Fund. Mr. Bryan.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Chair,
Mr.
just quickly, sir. Mr. Chair, do we have to read out the whereas for this now or at the end? Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can the Minister confirm whether or not recent announcements or comments by your good self, the Honourable Minister for Finance, about the government's rightful intention to secure some of the Barker's property for protection for the park, for good people of the Cayman Islands, but in particular West Bay, would some of this money go towards that negotiation and discussion?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, through you, I am happy to provide the Honourable Member with the answer. So, Chair, through you, the answer is that this particular $12 million for land purchase for conservation use identifies at least 3 large parcels in the Barkas land area, and also a section of Owen Roberts Island. Owen Island.
Mr. Bryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that would be welcome news and should hit the headlines for all the media houses who are listening. It's a very, very good initiative by the government and should be congratulated for it. Can we talk a little bit about the Owen Island purchase? Because I've always found that one rather unique in the sense of it's solely owned until, or at least hopefully when the purchase has been completed. How do you foresee that after purchase? Access by locals, non-access, or just for preservation only?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I would be happy to know that the day that the government fully owns Owen Island. Right now, there's 3 owners of Owen Island, the government being one of them. And I would assume that once the government has full access to the island, that we would want to deem it and protect it as much as we want to do. That does not state that individuals could not walk on the property, enjoy the beach of Owen Island at the same time, because I would not venture to say, and I could put that on the mic to say that I would not be a person that would preserve something and say that the people couldn't even walk on the edge of the beach to enjoy it, when we know a lot of our people in Little Cayman and Cayman Brac do go to Owen Island and actually enjoy the beach there. So what it is, sir, I'm happy to know that I'm the minister bringing this appropriation for the purchase of these particular properties, because this is something that several administrations have tried to secure, and we're finally there securing another section of it, and then also buying up a lot of more purchases of the land in Barcas, which this administration has laid out from day one, that we will continue to buy up as much as the land to preserve Barcas when we can. And by what I can say is at least 2 of the properties that are in Barcas here will allow the government to own the entire tip of Barcas once it's actually completed, the land purchase is completed.
Mr. Bryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last supplementary on this topic from me. In respect to the Owen Island property, naturally a lot of people normally consider that to be a private island. And I support your position to not make any Caymanian or any visitor for that fact feel like they can't go and at least enjoy the beach area. So I assume that the government will put the necessary demarcations of what section the government owns compared to the rest of the island. Is it a beachfront facing? Is it internal? Can we get some scope of that? Because naturally the public is listening to us, and people from Cayman Brac, Little Cayman may go over and say, well, government owns some of this, now I can go on, as opposed to with it being fully private before, that persons may be reluctant to do that. So just for clarity, for those who are listening, do you have any indication in respect to that?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, through you, I would not have any clarification how the government would want to deem that island to be. But what I would say is that we definitely would work with the Department of Environment, the Minister for Environment, to look at how we want to preserve that island and take it from there. And I'm guaranteeing that we will be able to give an update back to the House on that once the land purchase is completed. And I would say I would leave that directly for the Minister of Department of Environment of how we're going to preserve that particular island.
Mr. Tatum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, sir. Can the Minister advise what percentage of Owen Island is now owned? And am I right in understanding that there's now 2 owners, one being the government and one being a private sector individual?
Three owners.
Oh, there's 3 owners still?
Government and 2 private.
Okay, what percentage does the government own?
Honorable Minister, an idea?
Mr. Chair, through you, what I can say, what the government owns right now is the smallest section of Owen Island. So directly the square footage size, it's about a half an acre from what I'm told.
And just to say, members, the whole issue around how we're going to conserve is, as the minister said, something that would have to come under active consideration once we've purchased the property. To Mr. Bryan's point, obviously, it's not going to be an uninhabited, untouched island as it's not now. I mean, people do go over on boats, as we know at present. But keeping it conserved for conservation is critically important. Equally, the purchases in Barkers are key manifesto commitment that we're following through on. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make one comment that I'm sure members appreciate, but I wanted to make a distinction for public consumption. The reason on this appropriation we're able to identify specific land items as opposed to the prior appropriation ago where it was more circumspect is because in this case, the case for Barkers has been in the public domain for quite a long time. It's a confined space where the owner is well known, and the same could be said for Owen Island. Whereas with the other purchases and these negotiations are far more advanced stage. Whereas with the other appropriation, the negotiations are preliminary and it's a wide open market space. So we do have to be cautious, and we can speak to members about that in private. But for the moment, in relation to conservation, this is a more well-known public purpose that's been in the public domain and an aim of the government for quite some time.
No further questions. All those in favour of EA 146, land purchases for conservation for the amount of $12 million being approved, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, members. And members, we now turn our attention to EA 148, major roadworks expansions. Section 12, increase in the appropriation is being sought under the PMFA in the amount of $6 million to support the advancement of priority road construction, road improvement, road resurfacing, drainage, and safety enhancement projects. Are there any questions? Mr. Bryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, through you, can the Honourable Minister say whether or not any of this monies will be going towards the support and expansion of the East-West Arterial?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, through you, what I can say is that this $6 million is directly to continue the major road enhancements that we have going on around Grand Cayman. The East-West Arterial enhancement, when we start that, it will cover a section of it, the section that is covered that we're doing right now, which is from Woodland to Hearst Road. Yes.
Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Bryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can the Honourable Minister say, particularly with the resurfacing and upgrades, I want to first thank the Honourable Minister for doing the upgrades and the Martin Drive area. The good people of Central is pleased with the work done there. There's a road in my constituency, Breezy Castle, that has been chipped and sprayed about 17 times over, and within 6 months it goes back to the same situation. Can the Honourable Minister give commitment to those constituents, which is over 213 constituents that use that road every day, whether they'd be happy to upgrade that service road?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, what I can say is I am an infrastructure member that loves to make things look pretty and colorful. But what I will commit to the member is that we will take it under consideration and to take a look at it for him.
Mr. Tatum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I know the minister has received pricing or costs for Prospect Drive and Holly and a few other areas. If he thinks that I can give a commitment to at least some works on those much needed roads that need repairs, they also have been chip and spray for far too long and are in not the best of repair. If anything could be started on those this year, or are we looking at next year? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, Through you, I do have the pricing numbers for what it's going to look like for the Prospect Drive. I think Prospect Drive is around 1.3 miles long, and the repaving price for Prospect is running around $1 million. Holly Drive in the area is another additional $200,000, and the Selkirk Drive is roughly coming in around $900,000. Mr. Chair, through you, we haven't taken into consideration these roads in this year's budget, but what we're trying to take into consideration is to continue to finish the main infrastructure highway improvements in that location, which is bringing the road from Grand Harbor around the back of the Royal Bank, connecting Selkirk. We just recently purchased the properties where the food truck was, so that's now crowned. So we're moving forward with that, and then carrying the road all the way up behind Popeyes and continuing. So a lot of that infrastructure is actually in this build-out here. So that's the main infrastructure that we've taken in consideration, because that road has been on the books, has been gazetted for quite some time, and also that road cleans is actually in here to be able to clean up the exercise for that one.
Mr. Saunders.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, through you to the Honourable Minister. With regards to the work being done around the woodland area, the back road that comes out like where Mr. Charlie Water house used to be, that road, I understand that that road hasn't been paved yet because we're waiting on Water Authority to get the pipes in. Is there any timeline or update as to when the pipes can go in so that road can be paved? Because that's actually a pretty good, well-used road at this point.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, through you, yes, the member is absolutely right. We were just waiting on the Water Authority to be able to come and to do the trenching of that back road so they could put in the pipes and doing the connection of the roundabout. I do think would say that I've been reliably informed that the direction that we're going to move forward is that we will look at paving the road and allowing Water Authority to be able to run the pipes more on the side of the road expansion so that we don't hold it up any longer while we're waiting on them. But you're absolutely right, sir, is that the reason why we have not paved it yet is we were just waiting on the water company to be able to put in there. I think they may have had a problem with their machine, with their trencher, may have been down, and that's why they were looking at getting a new trencher. Then they would be able to get back to us about putting in that pipe work.
Mr. Saunders.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and through you, thanks the Minister also for his answer. Just a quick side note. I think several weeks ago I spoke to the member from Savannah with regards to that road that was also being built, the same road that we're talking about. And one of the things I realized or noticed while I was in that community is that the road is actually quite high compared to another portion of, this is going around there was an area I'd call you about. I forgot, one of those Frank Hall developments. But just the question I want to ask through you, Mr. Chairman, has there been any stormwater surveys or management done to look at? Because I'm actually worried about people in Savannah actually being impacted by that road. In terms of when you look at the road, it actually runs the risk of almost like creating a bowl to some extent for people in the Frank Hall development. So I was just curious if there was any water management being done or any stormwater management being done on that road for the people around the road.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, through you, happy to answer the member. Mr. Chair, there have been several culverts that have actually been put under the road from one side to the other, and there's been also several drains that have been drilled into the middle of the section of the road, whereas the water is supposed to be able to go down the road, and then once it gets to a certain location, what doesn't help isn't what the drains don't, I would say, can't hold. then the water is taken to tram to go out towards the North Sound. So I can't recall right off the top of my head how many culverts are actually in that half a mile of road. But what I can tell you that there is several culverts in there to make sure that the water is covering, because that's one of the main concerns that NRA's had with the road height that is there, that we're making sure that we're not going to be blocking any water that's going to be able to be affected to the neighboring homes, so that the water can actually move and trickle down alongside the road. So they have taken in consideration the stormwater management of how that water is going to be moving in that area. Again, Mr. Chair, some of these things you don't see until you really get the flooding that you need to get to be able to see to make sure it is working, and that has been part of one of the things where NRS has been looking at very carefully to make sure that before they went in and did the final paving on this, how that flow of water would be looking like in case they had to come up with another culvert or drainage or something in a certain area. But I can tell you that the director, Edward Howard, is looking at it directly to make sure that we are covering all our dots and then dotting all our I's and crossing all our T's, or to make sure that we do not create a flooding effect in that location, sir.
Very good, very good.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to thank the minister also that the water moved, because if it doesn't move, then it's going to end up in my constituency. Yeah. So I'm very happy to hear that. Thank you.
Very good. Last two questions on this, Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, listening to the intent to the honourable member, and we are 6 months into this budget year, and we're now seeking about a 42% more than or increase from the last budget, from the original budget amount of 14 million. And can the minister has said, the member has said that this is just for ongoing capital works. Was it under budgeted? Are there unforeseen? I mean, can you give any background as to why we require 42% more of what was originally budgeted for this year, 6 months into it?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, through you, what I can say is that the original number that we put in for the budget at the time was somewhere around $21 million, what we was looking to get us to the end of the year. But again, we knew how we had to work with the situation that the hand that we dealt with until we can get there, and that's why we're back here now. But let me just make it absolutely clear, sir, if I did mislead the House to say that this was only for major capital road works, this also includes district road works also in there. Because before we used to have a separation of funding for districts and capital, and my good friend from Bordentown West taught me the best and told me, said that I should always put it all in one vote, so I don't have to move it around.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, and I appreciate that. I guess what you did say wasn't capital land, but you said in answering another member about specific roads, you said this is to be applied to ongoing works. And I can appreciate that, you tried to make it through the year, but I just then want to confirm that this additional amount has nothing to do with no new major roads or bypasses or farm roads or anything. This is all supporting work that's happening now. Okay.
Mr. Bryan.
Mr.
Yeah, they say yes. We got to go. Members, I'm going to speed things up, right? The length of questions are too long. We have to get out of here. And I'm asking my ministers to please keep answers succinct. Let's move forward, Mr. Bryan.
Mr. Chair, through you, yes, that is a yes.
Mr. Chairman, just one quick question. Can we get a list of the district roads that are being considered?
Honourable Minister, I'm sure he can make that commitment.
Mr. Chair, we can.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to ask if the government is considering any kind of partnership opportunities with private roads and government to potentially assist for paving private roads that access for emergency purposes are needed, but obviously with it being a private road, whether or not government would consider like a potential PPP or something like that. I know normally you cannot pave a private road, but I'll give you some examples of what I'm dealing with is constituents who are at the end of a, I wouldn't even call it a private road because it's not designated as but it's a right-of-way via vehicle right-of-way, and nobody maintains it. It becomes a hazard. God forbid seniors need to get to by the ambulance. The potholes are about the size of the cars. Is there opportunities whereby I know that government can't go in, pave private property, and normally there's circumstances where if the land can be donated to government, then government can do it. But what opportunities are available to landowners on vehicle right-of-ways for it to be paved?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chair, just quickly through you, if there is a road that the member is talking about, I'm happy to have a discussion offline with him, and he could provide me with that road name or the location. What the government can do then is we could re-gazette the road then where it actually becomes a crown road, then gives the NRA the right to maintain the road going forward in the future. Mr. Chair, through you, we have identified several roads throughout the whole island that we continue to move from private to crown as they come up, and a lot of the individuals are usually happily to pass them on to crown. So if there is one directly that you want us to look at, please just share it with me.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. All those in favor of the supplementary expenditure respect to EA 148 major road works expansion projects for an amount of $6 million being approved, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against? The ayes have it. Members, the chair needs your indulgence to stay in place for 5 minutes. Members would like to call this meeting of Finance Committee back to order. Please be seated. EA 164, Central Scranton Park, for an amount of $760,000 via Section 12 of the PMFA to provide additional infrastructure necessary for the completion of the Central Scranton Park. All those in favor, please say aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bryan? Who's supporting it?
Mr. Chairman, can the Honourable Minister give us an update on where things are with the park's completion and opening date?
Honourable Minister?
Mr. Chairman, if you give me a few minutes just to speak to my project manager, and then I can get back to it. But, Mr. Chair, the opening date has recently been moved, and I understand that it's been moved based on having communications with the member for Georgetown Central. That exact date I don't have off the top of my head. Maybe he can share it with me, because I know it was the extension time was chosen by him. If not chosen by him, agreed by him. But I'm happy to give him the breakdown of what this cost is, if necessary.
Mr. Bryan?
Mr. Chairman, any information that we can put in the public domain about it would be grateful. But please allow me this opportunity to clarify. I know that we've having light-hearted jokes about the project manager, but I think that it's important that I clarify that I'm not the project manager. I have a good, strong working relationship with his department staff, as well as him as minister with the completion of this. But by no means do I have any authority to decide, because if that was the case, it would have been opened already. Because it is important that persons don't think that I'm actually in charge, because I will look stupid asking you a question about something I'm in charge of. So it is a lighthearted joke, and the public needs to be aware of that. With that being said, I do understand a lot of the parameters of what's happening, but confirmation can only come from the minister. And the minister and I have not spoken about this for at least about a month. So I will allow then the minister to go ahead, as he indicated, to give an update on what the monies are allocated for.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, thank the member for Georgetown Central for asking the question. Mr. Chair, I know a lot of people don't know what's happening in the background with the park, but I do have relied on my team to be able to keep in touch with him to make sure that this park is being up to the standards and keeping him up to date on anything that's being done with the park. But with that said, sir, the extension, there is, out of the 760, there's 186,000, which is for the retention, and the contingency is 25,000. Consulting services was 14, and then there was for the opening ceremony was also a 25,000 base budget, and extensions of time is $220,000, Mr. Chair, which should come up to the sum that we have there of the 760.
Mr. Bryan?
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for that answer. And if he could provide that in writing, a copy of what he has, it would be great for my records. I want to go to that extension of time matter because it relates to my next question, which has to do with the water supply. Sadly, we've gone through a significant exercise of questions before Parliament about the supply offerings for the park. I'm very grateful to say that the Water Authority has increased the water supply pressure amounts to the park, but now I've been informed as the project manager that the water meter necessary for the supply to get in, the Water Authority has refused to put it in as per the plans. Sadly, I know it's even frustrated for the minister's team when another authority refuses to do what it takes for the park to be open. And these extensions of $220,000 has to do with some of these other authorities who are not doing what they should be doing, particularly with the government property. So can the minister say where things are at with the water authority actually delivering the necessary things for the water supply to be ready for the public use? And how important this is, Mr. Chairman, you can't flush the toilet, you can't open a park without the water supply and the sprinkler system for the flowers.
Fair.
So,
Honorable Minister, can you respond?
Mr. Chair, through you, I am not so I'm not going to be able to mislead this House. I am happy to do a comprehensive breakdown of everything that's pertaining to the Scranton Park and actually email that to everybody in this Parliament if that works for him, and have that and commit to him that he will have that by Friday.
Thank you, Minister.
yeah,
Mr.
yes.
Bryan?
Thank you, sir. I'll accept that from the Honourable Minister. There are some other little things that I think you could potentially answer, and if you can't and you say you want to put that in the writing, I'll take that, but there's some, I just want to go through the list of them. Like, for example, the public would like to know whether or not there will be CCTV put in at the park, and I know that you addressed some of that in the facilities management, but I just want confirmation from you. You're saying that there will be closed-circuit TV installed in the park for safety concerns.
Mr.
Minister.
Chair, through you, he's absolutely right, and we covered that in the previous vote.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, can you say, with facilities management being in charge of the park, whether there will be human bodies on the ground at the park 24 hours?
Mr. Chair, through you, I can't say 24 hours, but there will be a human body that will be appointed to be able to maintain the park itself. Not saying a 24-hour person will be there, but you will have somebody there on site.
But
Because when you say 24 hours, I am thinking you're talking day and night.
Well, not one person staying there for 24 hours straight. What I mean is at some
Coverage.
point, somebody's there at some point at all time for 24 hours because it's an open layout park.
Yes. And Minister, perhaps in the walkthrough that we did and what you described to me about how GAB security is going to be traversing in and out to give the coverage, I think, that the member's referring to.
Mr. Chair, through you, you're absolutely right.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In respect to the 760, in the contract that was originally signed, which was done under my tenure as minister, furnishings for the building of the senior center was not considered, sadly, as well as a kids' play area, which is just under about $15,000. Is those two things considered within the new amounts that is proposed here?
Minister?
Mr. Chair, through you, I can say that that has been the playground equipment, the new playground equipment that you mentioned. If it's been covered in there, what I can say, what playground equipment that's there now is covered. But if there's additional playground equipment that the member is talking about, I would have to speak to the project management team and get back to him on that.
Mr. Bryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarity, there is no playground equipment now. What you have on the site is exercise equipment for seniors and people with mobility problems. So there is no kids, no children play area. So I'm asking, there has been a request made by the project manager to facilitate for children because it is a park and many kids will most likely be there. And they've been identified small playground area for a small amount, and whether the minister would consider having that installed. I mean, it is a park. It was just unfortunate that during the design, it was focused on the educational after-school program in the building and the seniors' mobility without any thought of a actual like swing set or rope climbing structure. And a rope climbing structure was suggested to the ministry, which cost about $15,000. Would the minister be committed to facilitating that?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, through you, what I can say is that the member was absolutely right, but the equipment that's at the park now, which I said, I called it the same playground equipment, was actually calisthenic equipment, exercise equipment that's there. What he's looking is maybe some swings and slides, some other additional playground equipment that is roughly under $20K from what I'm understanding. Mr. Chair, through you, I don't see where there should be much of a problem trying to upgrade the park with playground equipment, because we do know a lot of our parks, we do have another vote for parks where we do upgrading of the equipment throughout all of our parks. And it's something that we could take a look at when we're in the need. I'm not promising him that he's going to see that before opening day, but what I will tell him is that at some point in time, we will be able to get that playground equipment there.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Bryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, would the government be willing to just add the $20K to this figure to make it $780 now, so we can be sure? I understand the implementation time it would take, because it's a lot of work, but just increasing the $20,000 now, which is a small amount, onto the figure to secure that we know those kids will have it. I mean, implement it within the next 6 months or what have you, but add the $20,000 now.
Mr. Chair, through you, I don't think that is necessary right now. I do thank the member for allocating for extra funding, and as usual, I'm a member that said that I'll take as much as I can, but because I do know I have another vote for parks and parks equipment that has adequate amount of money in there, that it could be covered from that, so we're okay.
And you might not even spend this exact amount, Mr. Tatum.
Mr. Chair, if you just allow one last question, and then I'm because he didn't answer on the patio furnishing whether that was covered, but I'll leave him to answer that another time. Can you say whether this monies are covered for the park staff, or would that be under Parks and Recreation that would be needed for that location?
Yes, sir, it is covered.
It's the persons,
yes, sir,
for the hiring. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Tatum? No, can be under this. Yeah. Facilities. Mr. Tatum?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not directly, the Scranton Park were related to parks. Could the member remind me, please, I think there's a new arrangement for the folks who maintain parks. I think it was privatized and it was brought back into government. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, that question has nothing to do with this vote, sir. EA 164 directly on Central Scranton Park.
Yeah. Can
we stick to the script, sir?
I think I had acknowledged it didn't have to do with this, but there was a question earlier on around maintenance, so I thought I would just ask it. If the minister can't answer now, then I'll try to get an answer from him later. It doesn't seem like a hard question to answer, sir.
Mr. Chair, do you want me to answer the question, sir, or should we move on and take the vote?
Minister, we will move on, take the vote, and I know that the two of you can have a sideline discussion around the new staffing around parks generally. All those in favor of supplementary expenditure with respect to EA 164 Central Scranton Park for an amount of $760,000 being approved, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, members. Minister, I give way now for you to move the motion in regards to disbursements from the Environmental Protection Fund. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, disbursement for the Environmental Protection Fund. Whereas the Environmental Protection Fund, the fund was created on the 10th of December 1997 by the government motion number 1497 for the purpose of defraying expenditures incurred in the protecting and preserving of the environment of the islands, and whereas it is required that the disbursement from the fund may only be made in accordance with the resolution made by Finance Committee under the authority of the Minister of Finance for the purpose of defraying the expenditures incurred in protecting and preserving the environment of the island. And whereas as at 31st of May 2026, the balance of the fund was $29,616,185. And whereas the government is seeking approval in the 2026-2027 budget period for the amount shown in the overleaf schedule totaling $12 million, that represents the expenditures to be incurred with respect to protecting and preserving the environment of the island and being met by disbursement from the fund, be it now therefore resolved that the expenditures shown on the overleaf schedule totaling $12 million that are expected to be incurred in the period of 1st of January 2026 to the 31st of December 2027 be recognized as being in the interest of protecting and preserving the environment of the island, and 2, the Minister of Finance by authorized to disperse up to $12 million from the Environment Protection Fund to cover the expenditures to be incurred with respect to the matters of the overleaf schedule.
Members, we have the motion moved. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against? The ayes have it. Thank you, Minister. I thank the Minister responsible for planning, lands, agriculture, housing, and infrastructure for appearing before the committee to provide answers to questions relating to his appropriations. Minister, thank you very much. We now move to the second item on the
Mr. Chair,
schedule.
if you just allow me just to thank your honorable self and the opposition members for their questions and everybody else, and for my staff that's been sitting around the back, sir, for all the hard work that they have been doing. I want to thank everybody here.
Thank you. We now move to the Office of the Deputy Governor. Colleagues, members, OE 119 seeking supplementary appropriation of $500,000 via Section 12 of the PMFA to continue support existing participants while creating capacity to employ an additional 3 to 4 individuals, eligible individuals, into the Second Chances program. Are there any questions? Ms. McGaul-Lumsden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you, can the Office of the Deputy Governor establish how many participants are currently employed through the program?
Deputy Governor Designate.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chairman, through you. And also just to provide an update to our report, we will be able to accommodate up to 10 additional persons coming into the program by virtue of the time when this funds are being approved. So for the latter half of this year, we'll be able to onboard up to 10 individuals into the program. To answer the honorable member's question, to date, 22 Caymanians have been through the program, and we are currently employing 6 of them in the program. Others, all but 4, have gone on to open-ended contracts within the civil service, with 4 of them that have not continued, including one person who went on to establish his own business.
Ms. McGaul-Lumsden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. That was going to be my next question, so thank you, Deputy Governor Designate. Can the Deputy Governor Designate identify what are the recidivism, I think is the correct word, outcomes for participants, as in reoffenders, compare with the national average?
Mrs. McPhail-Nixon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure that I can answer the question exactly like that. I don't track the recidivism rates generally, but remaining crime-free is a requirement for continued employment. Of the 4 persons that left, none left through criminal convictions, but they were for other reasons that are applicable across all of our workforce, so performance or behavior, not able to continue. That was 3 individuals within the program. I can say that this program has a significant impact in allowing persons who have paid their debt to society and who have demonstrated a commitment to their rehabilitation. It removes one of the big risks that can lead to recidivism, which is the ability to both earn a living as well as to be able to positively spend their time knowing that they have commitments and a place to be. We offer those individuals an opportunity to reenter society, to contribute again in a meaningful way, providing for themselves and their families. And many of them have said that this has made all the difference, not only in their lives, but on the family members that are around them as well. So I can tell you that we are very proud of the success rate of this program. And for all of those individuals, this has meant that there has been no return to crime for them, and they are able to fully integrate within our workforce like any other member of our civil service. So we're very proud of them.
Mrs. McLaughlin.
Mr. Chair, through you, and it's just a comment, I am hearing positive feedback on it, so good job on that.
Mr. Saunders.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I just want to go on the record to thank the Acting Deputy Governor and also the Minister J. Banks and Chief Officer Eric Bush. Every time I've reached out to them to support in this regard, they've always been helpful, and I just want to know the feedback has been positive from both the recipients and their parents, and I just want to thank Honorable Minister and his Chief Officer for always accommodating me in that regard. Thank you.
Mr. Hugh.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I want to join in thanking the Acting Deputy Governor. And if I had my choice, I would double this appropriation. I can personally say that it has impacted individual lives that I know, making a huge difference from living on the street to now being able to support their children and lift their head high as a Caymanian. So I support it 100%.
Thank you, members. All those in favor of supplementary expenditure with respect to the OE 119 Second Chances Program for an amount of $500,000 being approved, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, members. I would like to thank the Deputy Governor Designate for appearing before the committee to advance this very, very important program that has support of all members of the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and my thanks in particular to all members of Parliament and the government in particular for their support of this program. I would also like to acknowledge the work of Ms. Charlene Howell-Lichmore, who is the main facilitator for the program, working closely with prisons and all of our heads of department in order to ensure the program's success, and to the team who supported my appearance today by compiling the necessary information. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Members, we now turn our attention to appropriations being sought by the Ministry of Education and Training. EGA 5, Primary Education Services, an amount of $773,878 pursuant to Section 12 of the PMFA, and NGS 91 seeking $276,816 via Section 12 of the PMFA. The reason I've read both of those, members, is that these two items are interlinked. This is the total cost of the extended summer school program. So I propose to take the vote on those together. Mrs. McGaw-Lumsden.
Mr. Chair, to you, can you identify for me how many additional students will benefit from the expanded summer program?
Members, while we celebrate achievements in 2025, we also recognize that it remains too high a proportion of students within the public education system who are not yet meeting age-related expectations in literacy and numeracy. Evidence tells us that the learning gaps are not addressed. If the learning gaps are not addressed early, they often widen over time and require more intensive and costly interventions later in the student's educational journey. As a government, we have a responsibility to intervene early, provide targeted support, and give every child the opportunity to succeed. For the past 3 years, the Department of Education Services has delivered a summer school program designed to support students who require additional assistance in English and math. The program has evolved into a structured, evidence-informed intervention that combines targeted literacy and numeracy instruction, small group teaching, STEM enrichment activities, and transition support for students moving between key stages in their education. The program has steadily expanded in both scope and reach. Members, the results of this program have been encouraging. While we recognize that educational outcomes are influenced by a range of factors, these results provide strong evidence that summer school is making a meaningful contribution to student progress and achievement. The funding being requested today will allow the Ministry to expand the program to include students from years 1 through 6 and reach approximately 725 students based on an estimated 70% participation rate among eligible students. So this, members, increases the reach from 2025, where 352 of the 399 students that were registered participated. So it more than doubles the participation, the expected participation. Mrs. McLaughlin-Lumsden.
Mr. Chair, can we identify if this will become a permanent annual expenditure?
Yes, it will. Mr. Saunders.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the chairman. My colleague, my neighbor in Bordentown East, we're working on an online program focusing on kids going into years 1 through 9. Kind of to keep, in terms of maths and English languages, to keep their brains active over the summer. Do you have extra $20,000 in this vote that you can probably assist us with? We'll send you the proposal.
Mr. Saunders. Mr. Saunders, what would be very helpful is if offline you were to share what the program is that you're looking at, and perhaps we can give some feedback as to how that would integrate with what we're actually going to be doing school-based, because we wouldn't want things to be disjointed. So more than happy if members are looking to do these sorts of interventions, and we then need to look at timing. We know and we recognize that this is admittedly late notice of the expansion. That's why I answered Mrs. McGaw-Lumsden's question that this is going to be an annual exercise. We're also going to be looking at secondary for next summer as well. The summer learning loss is a real issue for students globally, especially those who have school years structured like ours. And so we will be more than happy to be looking at other enrichment programs, and hopefully those can be done in August and not overlap with what would be done in July, because parents need this type of support. This is critical support over the summer months for parents. When students are home, they're not in the safe space of school. It's costly in terms of camps. There's huge costs in terms of transportation. And so we believe this is going to have a real positive impact in cost of living for Caymanians, the average working Caymanian as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll be sending you the email shortly. And just so you know, I was inspired by an earlier statement you made. That's the reason why my colleague and I went and looked at this program. Thanks to your guidance and inspiration in that regard. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. You're very welcome, Mr. Saunders. Mr. Tatum?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I commend the government on this. I agree with you. It is extremely important that we do this over the summer. Help me with one thing, though. Is this done at individual schools, or is the program done at a single facility, at a collective facility somewhere? Exactly how does it work?
It will be done at individual schools. Mr. Bryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to know if the Ministry of Tourism has been working with your department to deliver the summer camp at Pedro St. James for the summer camp.
I'm not aware or knowledgeable of the summer camp, but I can explore those possibilities
Okay, thank you.
and let you know in writing. Thank you very much for your support, members. So I would propose that we take the vote on those two items that were just considered by the committee. All those in favor of EGA 5, supplementary expenditure for primary education services in the amount of $773,878 being approved. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. All those in favor of supplementary expenditure with respect to NGS 91 Public School Meals Program in the amount of $276,816 being approved. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. We now turn our attention, members, to EI 12, Minister of Education and Training. Section 12, supplementary expenditure pursuant to the PMFA is being sought for an amount of $48 million to support the acquisition of educational facilities to address immediate and long-term capacity needs within the public education system, while also providing funding to complete the Cayman High School project, including construction, commissioning, and operational readiness requirements. Are there any questions? Mr. Hugh?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To you, sir. I know we had an offline discussion earlier, so perhaps you might take the opportunity to publicly elaborate on this as much as you can. But what I think would be important as well, because of the nature of the topic, is that we kind of get a breakout of how much of this is actually going to the BRAC school to complete the construction, because I don't want to give the impression that the cost of the construction is continuing to go up.
Absolutely, and very fair. And let me make sure I'm clear. Apart, the funds that's being sought is also in relation to certain funds that were lost in the 2025 budget because we simply did not complete the project. And now, given all of the additional expenditure on the capital side that we had planned and had earmarked, this amount is needed. So it's not an increase over the original scope or the original contract amount. That amount that's being allocated for that project would be $19 million, but not an additional amount over what was previously discussed and announced. Thank you, Mr. Huber. That is very important. Mr. Bryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you say if there is, if this money also covers a potential purchase of a other school?
So I don't think you were here, Mr. Bryan, when I was briefing members of the opposition. This involves the purchase of 2 additional facilities.
I apologize for not being here. I was taking a necessary break. Can you say what the 2 facilities are, or is that not for necessary for public? Okay, thank you.
All those in favor of the supplementary expenditure with respect to EI 12, Minister of Education, $48 million being approved, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. I want to thank members for your consideration and your support, and we look forward to having some good news to be coming to the public soon. And I want to thank my team, the chief officer and the team, for all their work to get the summer program structured on short notice, and also obviously a lot of work has gone into the school projects and the potential acquisitions thus far, and we're almost there in terms of getting them past the finish line. So thank them. I now move on to the Minister of District Administration and Home Affairs. DEH 5, Domestic Aerodrome Fire Services, Supplementary Appropriation is being sought under Section 12 of the PMFA in the amount of $1,265,765 to provide additional operating funding for the Cayman Islands Fire Service to meet increased salary costs and essential operational requirements. Are there any questions? Mr. Hugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you to the member. Can the member tell me if this appropriation has anything to do with salary increases or salary reviews?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, I definitely welcome that question. In February of this year, the portfolio of the Civil Service did a re-evaluation of the job descriptions for the firefighters, pump engineers, and sub-officers of the Cayman Islands Fire Service. During that review, which was in the information was probably already widely speculated, is that members of the fire service have been historically paid less than other branches of the uniformed services. So what this amount is actually going directly to is the salary uplift for the brave men and women of the Cayman Islands Fire Service, in particular those three ranks: the firefighters, 90, the pump engineers, 30, and the sub-officers, 26. A total of 146 out of 176 staff members, all Caymanian. Finally, brings equity across all uniformed services.
Mr. McTaggart.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Through you to the minister. Can you say whether the fire service then is now operating at full complement? Particularly, I'm interested in the aerodrome.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, Mr. Chair, in preparing for this Finance Committee, ironically, I was reading the Hansards from the 15th of November, in which Mr. McTaggart asked the same exact question for the same exact area of the fire service for aerodrome. And at that time, we were anticipating the recruitment that was coming in. Well, the recruitment took place. We added 26 new recruits to the fire service, one female out of 26, and they are going to be dispersed on the aerodrome and domestic, which will bring the complement up to what is required.
If there are no further questions, all those in favour of supplementary expenditure with respect to DEH 5 Domestic and Aerodrome Fire Services for the amount of $1,265,765 being approved, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, the ayes have it. Thank the Honourable Minister of District Administration and Home Affairs and his staff for the work put into getting us to this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me also echo your sentiments and thank them as well, but in particular thank the members of this Finance Committee for the support they've given today in voting for this appropriation for the men and women of the fire service. I think this was long overdue. They're well deserving. I spoke to the fire service last night and said, repeated myself that they're some of the bravest men and women that I know, and despite the pay disparity that has existed for a very long time, it did not discount their professionalism and how they dedicate themselves and sacrifice themselves for us as a people. So once again, I thank them and I thank the members of the committee for their support.
Thank you. We now move on to FSC with the Minister of Financial Services and Commerce. FSC 39, combating illicit finance, seeking a Section 12 supplementary expenditure increase of $5 million under the Public Management and Finance Act to support the Cayman Islands' preparation for the fifth round mutual evaluation by the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, the CFATF. 1, the procurement of specialist anti-money laundering, counter-terrorist financing, and counter-proliferation financing, AMFL-CFT-CFP technical assistance from an external consultant, and 2, capacity, operational, and implementation needs across competent authorities involved in the mutual evaluation process. Are there any questions? Mr. Saunders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, through you to the Honorable Premier, I just want to thank him. I did send him my question in advance, and he has prepared the answers to my question, which is quite detailed, and I just want to thank him for the record for it. So that saves my time and my questions.
Thank you, Member. Thank you, Premier. Any further questions? Since there are no further questions, all those in favor of the supplementary expenditure with respect to FSC 39, combating illicit finance for the amount of $5 million being approved, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. The ayes have it. Premier, thank you very much, and I'm sure you'd want to thank your team.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members. Thank you, Member for Bodden Town West, for those comments. And I thank our caucus and cabinet for supporting this effort and the tacit support of the official opposition. As everyone will know and appreciate, the FATF preparation is crucial for not only financial services but for the country. So I thank all of the agency leads, in particular the Chief Officer, Dr. Dax Basteo. Thank you.
Thank you, members. We now turn our attention to the Ministry of Social Development and Innovation. TP41 financial assistance supplementary appropriation being sought for $3,525,000 pursuant to Section 12 of the PMFA. The reason for the appropriation change for the continuation of financial assistance services for the 2026 financial year and for delivery of the bus driver and warden stipend program during the 2026 summer school break. Are there any questions? Mr. Saunders.
Mr. Chairman, through you to the Honourable Minister, on behalf of my colleague from Bodden Town East, Mr. Dwayne Seymour, I just want to thank the Minister for the including the stipend for the bus warden. That is something very near and dear to my colleague, who regrettably is off island and couldn't make it today, but I just want to go on the record and thank the Honourable Minister on behalf of my colleague for this generous gesture. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Mrs. McGaw-Lumsden.
Mr. Chair, through you, thanks. Have the Honourable Minister consider whether this is going to be permanent, the program itself regarding the bus drivers and the warden? Stipend, that is, for the stipend.
Before the Minister answers that, because this particular item cuts across two ministries, including the Minister of Education and Training, I can report to the committee that last Tuesday, I had a meeting, a long and a very productive and good meeting, and I said this in the House, that meeting with all the bus operators was designed to talk about what's going to happen in the future with their contracts. Right now, we're caught between a rock and a hard place in that these amounts are not included in their contracts, and the way in which they've structured salaries for bus wardens and bus drivers is such that those salaries are paid only during the times in which they actually work full-time, or work. And so during the summer break, there's an issue. And so this policy was created in 2024 to address that. What I did say to them is that going forward, I want to ensure that this is included, all of these considerations is included in whatever new contracts would be awarded. I did also encourage them to look at how they structure pay and any future employees they have. In other words, making sure that they have a consideration for paying those employees over 12 months versus the current design, which is to only pay them over 10 months. And they're going to take those things away. What we also talked about was another range of very interesting things that I updated the House on, and will provide a further update in September. The key thing is for the Ministry of Social Development is for them to actually do the work of ensuring that nobody's double dipping. Because the policy itself, this policy itself speaks to ensuring that persons aren't getting paid twice. Mr. Bryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In light of opening that door, because I think it does dabble into your area, I think we're trying to resolve the problems through DFA now for payment. But we know that the bus drivers and bus wardens, you have some government employees and some private sector. Can you maybe elaborate further on that and how you plan to address the fact that you can deal with it with the government side for their contracts, if I'm getting that correct, on the fact that it's split. But how would you deal with it on the private sector side? I'm assuming that the pay that you pay them, you expect the contractors to deliver the cost to the wardens and for the drivers, I'm assuming?
Yes.
I do have some other questions in respect to the financial assistance, unless the minister wants to add to that, no? Thank you.
Mr. McTaggart, was yours on the bus drivers?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. McTaggart.
Related to both of them, actually. They both had subheadings here, the financial assistance services. Just wondering what is the breakdown between the two items that you're funding here.
Minister.
Through you, Mr. Chair, for the bus wardens, we have allocated 400,000 of that amount for them.
So effectively, yes, sir. So effectively, 3.1 million and change for financial assistance.
That is correct, sir.
Yeah, and so, Mr. Chairman, through you to the minister, looking at what we have budgeted of 24 million, another 3 million, is it going to be sufficient to carry you through to the end of the year? Just recognizing how much I know the demands are increasing on these financial
Mr. Chairman and Mr. McTaggart, in the fullness of transparency around these two particular items, the minister is currently undergoing a review. And so after coming and having a lengthy discussion with me and the team, what we've said to him is, ask for 50% now, finish his review to see if he's going to need more money than that. What I can say is already in the projected budget deficit surplus that you've seen there, we have already assumed that we're going to have to provide double the amount that's being requested right now, and that's already accommodated for in our projected numbers. In other words, Mr. Bryan, right now he's asking for 3.1 million.
Yeah.
We made the assumption there's going to be 6.2, and we'll deal with that in September, but the 6.2 might wind up being a little more.
Sure.
So we want the minister to have the time through September to finish his review.
I accept that, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Chairman. Finish. Can I ask then, are we seeing an increase in demand at the Department of NEU, or is this increase in the amount because I haven't seen or heard any announcements of increasing the amounts of assistance in the various different categories? So is this an increase then projected amount of applicants or increase in the amount of assistance given to persons?
Honourable Minister.
Through you, Mr. Chair, what we're projecting that we want to ensure that whatever the outcome of the review is, that we have taken that in consideration coming into the September Finance Committee. But just for example, right now, without taking consideration any results of the review, we've had, like, for example, financial assistance have varied between 1,806 persons to 1,770 persons over the last 4 months. But the total number of those people who have benefited from that, again, varies between 3,094 to 3,045. So we suspect that we may see some changes in these numbers once we've completed that review and make it public with the necessary regulation and legislative changes.
Thank you, Minister.
Right.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, by all means, the Honourable Minister knows I respect him tremendously and the department and what it does. So I'm going to ask some questions. I don't want it to be seen as becoming harsh in any way. But today is June the 29th, practically exactly 1 day away from the halfway mark. The 30th. Today's the 30th? Oh, I apologize. I'm so sorry. So it is exactly the halfway mark today. But we're asking for more monies, 3.1 million on top of the 24 million for DFA. And the original appropriation was 24 million for the whole year. So there's two questions here. One, naturally, what normally happens is you can bring forward money from the next year to assist to get you along. You don't have to do that. You can do what you're doing now, which is deal with today's year and leave next year the way it is. Maybe that's the discipline of the new minister. But it does, even if you're doing that, it still concerns me that we're now already at the halfway mark, going to 24 plus 31 plus 3.1, giving you $27.1 million. I don't know how far that's going to carry you. I'm assuming maybe another month or so. But can you... at this point, are we looking at a significant amount of money? How far is this money taking you is the question.
Minister?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the member, this money will take up, our current spend will take us to August. If we did not get what we needed in this finance committee, we would run out before the next one. But we will go up to August with what we currently have, and this takes us beyond that.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. So that would take you up to 2/3 of the year. And
Minister, I think what the member is asking is how much will this additional money take him? Not just the original. Your original was going to take you to August, is what I just heard you say.
That's correct.
thank you. So
this new amount would probably take us to about end of September.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. And by then is when you expect to have a full understanding as to where things are at and come back, when we come back to Parliament after the parliamentary break.
That's right. So the idea is what I understood from the team was they had a run rate that got them into October. I was going to call a finance committee, an autumn finance committee in September. It coincides with the wrap up of the review, and then he would see where he is.
Thank you so much for that clarity. So just to finalize now, that would be up to September. You have October, November, December, so 1 quarter still left. And if you have projected using $27.1 million for the first 3 quarters, is it fair to say that we're going to be coming back here for a reasonable amount of money, at least a quarter of 27, which ends up being 24 is 9. So $9 million more?
No. 27 divided by 9.
By 4. Divided by 4.
No,
We got 3 months left.
This appropriation gets us to 27 million. It's going to take us into October, so 9 months. 27 divided by 9. Right. So the idea here is that we know we're going to need additional monies And that's why we're already projecting out more than double this. But the minister needs to see what the burn rate continues to be, in particular, combining it with the electricity program. So there's a lot of different pieces that's going to come into this, and that's why we want to see the end result of all these programs and then get a better idea. I just wanted to make sure we understand it.
I totally get
too many
you.
moving pieces.
I totally get you, Mr. Chairman and Finance Minister. So it make no sense to pressure as to what the expected amount to be. Definitely we know it's probably going to be 3.1 or more, and that's fair. Can the Honourable Minister say that based on the inflation increases, whether or not, obviously it's affecting the cost of living, whether those are the factors for the increase that you're seeing?
Honourable Minister.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm certain that those cost of living factors are seen. Some of that people are losing jobs, people are transitioning, and they need that additional support. But also, what is also contributing to that is the cost of providing rental accommodations and providing people their utilities support. So we've seen that variation in terms of the numbers. And as we get later down into the end of the year, we'll probably see some of those numbers changing as well.
Any further questions? No further questions. All those in favor of supplementary expenditure with respect to TP41 financial assistance for an amount of $3,525,000 being approved, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. TP47 ex gratia benefit payments to seafarers and veterans. Supplementary appropriations being sought in the amount of $1,275,000 pursuant to Section 12 of the PMFA for continuation of the services extended to those two groups. The floor is now open for questions. Mr. Bryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Natural question, which is a question that happens every finance committee in respect to this line item. Is there an increase in the number of seafarers? Why we need the extra money, or was it just under budgeted?
I don't think there's an increase in the seafarers, any substantial increase in the seafarers, but certainly when we did the budget, we did say that while we would have to come back and seek appropriations, that it would have been funded much better than it was previously. So we're here now seeking the appropriations to increase the support to the seafarers and the veterans.
And spouses.
And spouses.
And spouses. So I heard somewhere in there you said we recognized we had to come back. So what you're saying is you didn't budget it enough before. Is that fair? I don't want to, I'm not trying to poke a hole. I'm just trying to understand what you're saying. It's either they're increasing in the amounts, or you're increasing the threshold of how much you're giving the people, or you didn't under budget. There's only three ways to justify this increase of $1.275 million. I just want to understand what it is.
I think, through you, Mr. Chair, that it's at least two of the three. We did not do the entire budget, which I spoke at in the Finance Committee for this budget period. And also the increase, because when we give increases across LTFA, they also get in the seafarers.
Thank you. I got the answer there. So can I ask, has there been what has been the increase due to the cost of living factors? I know that they sometimes, along with pension uplifts, that they add a percentage. Has there been an increase for the seafarers since the start of the year, or no?
Honourable Minister.
Through you, Mr. Chair, no.
So what increase were you speaking about before?
You talking about it, when I said increase, you talk about this minimal increase of seafarers being added to the list. That's the increase I was speaking about. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarity. Through you, Mr. Chairman, can the Honourable Minister say if they intend to increase the seafarers' amount, considering the inflation and cost of living?
Honourable Minister.
Through you, Mr. Chair, of course, it's something we take in consideration and discuss at the caucus level. And if it's warranted, we'll then bring a paper asking for that increase.
Thank you so much. I just want to say you have my full support to do that increase because those persons don't have the opportunity to go find other jobs, and they are suffering, they're crying about it. So any support I can give you to increase it, you have it. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you so much, and I can advise this committee through the ministry and the support teams, we will be looking at the ex gratia payment, especially to the seafarers' spouses. And of course, we can get into a bit of legal challenges a bit and how we approach it, but we'll be taking a look at that as well.
Mr. McTaggart.
Mr. Speaker, in line of what some of the answers we've gotten in the previous question, I have to ask this question, whether the 1.275 is sufficient to carry you through the year, or are we looking for further additions, appropriations for September when we come back?
Honourable Minister.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will more than likely be seeking supplementaries when we come back in September.
Any further questions? No further questions. All those in favour of supplementary expenditure with respect to TP47 ex gratia benefit payments for seafarers and veterans for an increase of $1,275,000 being approved, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Members, we now turn.
Mr. Chair, before you turn to the next set of appropriations, I just want to thank my staff and the ministry team for all the hard work they've done over the entire 2026. I want to thank them, especially those who are here.
Yes, thank you. We now turn to the Minister of Youth, Sports, Culture and Heritage. YSC 1, supplementary appropriation of $365,000 pursuant to Section 12 of the PMFA is being sought to address maintenance needs of aging facilities, meet increased contractual obligations for security services and playing field maintenance, and fund personnel costs associated with the confirmation of a fleet officer position. This item is open for questions. Mr. Bryan?
I'll give way to the good honourable member.
Mr. McGaw Lumsden?
Oh, so nice of you. It identified, Mr. Chair, through you, that to address unbudgeted maintenance needed for aging facilities. Can you identify what facilities it's pertaining to, please, Minister?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're only responsible for the sports facilities, ma'am, not the other facilities from this other minister.
You only deal with the sports places.
Sports facilities, and then that falls under.
You just said aging facilities.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not that same facilities that he's responsible for.
Right.
Yeah.
Specifically sports facilities. I apologize. Please.
That's correct, yeah. Sports facilities.
So which sports facilities are you speaking about when it says aging facilities?
Honourable Minister.
A number of them, some of them are in a capital project that we're actually working on, but these are some of the other operational issues that we're working on. For example, under the CAPEX program, we'll be taking a comprehensive review of the Truman Barton Sports Complex, the Ed Bush Complex, and some of the other fields around the community and country.
Mr. Bryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, through to the Minister. Minister, we've had so much to celebrate recently. And I know you, along with all other members, have shared the joy of seeing some of our athletes do so well. And I know other colleagues have some questions about others, but I'm going to specify Mr. Reid, who came back home to a joy of people. I'm so glad to be there with you, celebrating on behalf of the government and also on behalf of the opposition. My good honourable leader was there as well. Sorry for that long preamble, but the question is, in a way to support our athletes across the world who's carrying the Cayman brand and increasing its value, are we going to do any I wouldn't say donation, but grants or investments into those athletes, quite like what we've done in the last, you want to leave it to another line item to bring it back up again? Okay, no problem.
Which one?
Okay, I'll ask the question there.
Mr. Chair.
Mrs. McGowan-Livingston.
Mr. Chair, through you, my question is pertaining to a wall of fame. Do you want to leave that under TP 107?
Oh, you can ask the question through you, Mr. Chair.
Like my colleague indicated, we're having significant recognitions when it comes to our athlete, Mr. Reed and Mr. Cover. Are there any considerations pertaining to establishing a wall of fame when it comes to our athletes to promote, of course, pride, culture, and everything else that comes along with that?
Honourable Minister.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I want to thank the honourable member for that question. I certainly will support anything that highlights what our athletes have done, whether locally or abroad, and who have excelled in whatever sport they decide to participate in. I think it's a good idea, and certainly for us to take under consideration. But we are also in the process of ask my team to go away and plan something that we can honour our athletes probably later down this year as well.
Mr. Mike Taggart.
Mr. Chairman, I want to just ask a question, but it might display my own ignorance. But question really is, whatever happened to the Olympic-sized pool that we acquired? Has that ever been installed? Oh.
Yeah.
You going to deal with it?
Yes, it's coming up under the capital.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I'll hold it.
Yes. So, members, all those in favour of supplementary expenditure with respect of YSC1, advice and support to the Minister for Youth, Sports, Culture and Heritage for an amount of $365,000 being approved, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Okay, the supplementary expenditure have been approved. YSC4, Youth Services, $170,000 to support expansion of services for seniors and women through additional accommodation costs at the Dorset Drive facility, while also covering storage requirements for event supplies and previously unbudgeted insurance premiums.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Bryan?
At your leeway, I'm going to pose a question that does fall under his ministry, under youth, because youth are falling with sports, that I unfortunately kind of missed somewhat, could be connected to the last one. But I know that in the interest of transparency that the good minister would be happy to answer. Personnel, does any of that cost, this one of the 170 or the previous 360, dealing with any new personnel for youth services or sports-related matters?
Honourable Minister.
Through you, Mr. Chair. For the previous vote on YSC1, there's a fleet officer position that we're hoping to get confirmation, and that's in the previous vote that we took, not for YSC4.
Further questions? No further questions. All those in favour of supplementary expenditure with respect of YSC4 Youth Services for an amount of $170,000 being approved, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The additional appropriation pursuant to Section 12 of the PMFA for $170,000, the YSC4 has been approved. YSC 5, Celebrate Cayman, an additional net appropriation of $1,350,815 pursuant to Section 12 of the PMFA is being sought. Are there any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Hugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. I think the Honourable Minister should elaborate a little bit about where or what these funds are for and whether or not he's expecting this for 2027, because we had an original appropriation of just over 1.9 million, and then we've had a Section 9.5 in April, where we're taking 1,194,000, just over 1 million, from the 2027 budget to be spent in 2026. We had a Section 11.5, April 2026 was 650,000, and now today, a supplementary appropriation is being requested under Section 12, as a Section 12 for 1.35. And again, we are just 6 months into the budget. So I do believe this needs a bit of an explanation, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the member, Celebrate Cayman is where we do a lot of our national events. Heroes Day, Heritage Month, Pirates Week, and this is where it comes from. And those other larger community events that we do comes from Celebrate Cayman.
Mr. Hugh.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I thank the honourable member for that. But I guess my question is how could they have been so grossly under budgeted just 6 months ago? I mean, have we added new events? Have the events cost more than anticipated? It just doesn't, the math ain't mathing.
Your math ain't mathing, but our math, okay? We've added a couple of new events as well too, sir. He went to school on half a day, Mr. Chairman. But we've added new events. We did like the Bluff premiere, that's the movie. So those were added that weren't budgeted for. And we've had to move monies around to accommodate those. But we continuously add events that we know will benefit our community and our country, sir.
Mr. Saunders.
Mr. Chairman, firstly, through you, I want to thank the Honourable Minister for some of these events. One of the things, and just bear with me a little bit, Mr. Chairman, is that we have a very diverse community, and it is events like these that bring a broad set of our community together. And that is one of the things that we should never take for granted. We have seen too many islands where that diversity have pretty much caused all different kind of tensions among some of the populace. So I think this is actually quite commendable. I think the gospel concert was one of them that was very well attended, from what I understand, with a broad range of people. The question that I really have for the Honourable Minister, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for the leeway, is what other major events do you have planned to bring our diverse community together and so forth? I mean, and is this enough money?
Honourable Minister.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that question, member. We are planning a big festival type thing in February. Is this enough money to do what I would like to do? No, be honestly. But there are many other things I would like to do in partnership with a number of different ministries that we can bring our people together, like what you spoke about there. But certainly we go based on what we have here now. And again, the Pirates Week festivals, because we're working up to the 50th. So we're trying to make it broader, bigger, so that when we get to the 50th anniversary of Pirates Week, we know what we're doing, especially that the different elements that we're putting in to the Heritage Month, the things like the gospel concert, they were all big events that were well attended. Like you said, we were thinking, for example, we had 1,200 chairs. I told my team, listen, only put out 800 chairs. Within the first hour, we had to send back and get another 500 chairs. And when I myself personally stood up on one of the platforms and looked around, I was really and truly amazed at the outpouring of support for something like that. That shows that the country needs these kind of things. And I will continue to support those things with the support of this committee and my caucus colleagues.
Mr. Bryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The team, in your description, it says the Celebrate Cayman team comprised of events, units, and culture and heritage unit. I know the good minister would agree with me that we have a cultural ambassador, particularly when it comes to theater, in the good honorable former member of this parliament, Dr. Frank Macfield. He is one of the very few members within our Cayman context that has the ability to, through culture, deliver theatrical delivery of our past, present, analysis, social assessments of who we are. And I know that there's been not much collaboration with such a great asset that we have at our disposal. Can the Honourable Minister say whether his unit with culture and his ministry will be working with Dr. Frank Macfield to deliver what is much needed in our community, the cultural components of our heritage through theatre, yes or no?
Honourable Minister.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to let the honourable member know and the household, the whole committee know that Dr. Frank Macfield and I have had a couple of conversations, a couple of meetings. We are willing and able to work with anybody who's going to make that contribution to that. And in saying that, we are also planning through the Cultural Foundation an event later that will honor those founding members of the in theater. So we're working to develop that, and like you said, he has a wealth of knowledge of the theater institution in this country. So yes, we would be willing to work with him or anyone else who has those kind of skills.
Mr. Bryan.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Honourable Chair. With that being said, has the Cultural Foundation, through you or through your ministry, considered taking on him as a investor into the policy of your delivery? I mean, I don't think we have another Caymanian that fits the profile upon which or what he can deliver. So I'm not sure. I always thought that the Cayman Islands government should hire him as a policy advisor to culture, or at the very least in the heritage unit or culture unit to assist, because I mean, by all means, you create the policy, you take the direction of what you want. An advisor can advise you of thousands of things, that don't mean you take it. But I think we're at loss by not taking up such a great asset. Has your ministry and the government considered taking him on from a policy advisory perspective in the cultural component, considering his skill set?
Honourable Minister.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've not had any discussions in the ministry, but I do know that I think there was a call recently that involved with what I just spoke about, the honouring of him. But certainly where we could use skill sets like his, we certainly do it.
Thank you, Minister. That's it for me, but I would just encourage the government, even from a symbolic perspective, Dr. Frank fits a mold that I don't think anybody else in this country can fit. And I would give full support if he is supported to continue to offer what he offers, because I don't think anybody else can offer it uniquely. Other people can offer other things, but I don't think they can offer what he has, and what he has to our culture and our heritage is tremendous. So I would give the government support if they were willing to, use his skill set that he has on behalf of the good people. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Saunders? Mrs. McGollum, then?
No, I'll ask your question personally. Thank you.
Premier?
Just a very quick comment, Mr. Chair. I know to some eyes, looking at the increased appropriation without understanding the value that these events bring to the island, it can't be understated. So I wanted to reiterate a point that Mr. Saunders had mentioned. So the gospel concert, for example, was unanticipated. We ourselves, as those who attended, thought there might be 1,000 people or so. It almost reached 3,000. That level of unity has no value you can put on it. And there are calls that night to do it again in 2027. Even if you look at the appropriation for financial services that passed, some of the breakdown includes having visiting Caribbean councils of ministers coming. Those who have traveled around the Caribbean know that when you land in another Caribbean country, they display their culture. That money has to come from somewhere. So if we're going to be serious in this country about keeping Caymanian culture intact and display it so that all can see, local and international, this is necessary.
Mr.
And just to say that the ministry also worked very, very hand in glove really with my ministry when we delivered all of our school leaving exercises with full Caymanian culture on display. So, I want to thank the minister and his team, because that endeavor was one that I think the community has really, really embraced. You saw it on full display at the Marie Martin, and others who attended different primary schools saw it. And so his team brought a lot to bear, and those aren't free, right? You gotta pay to get that stuff done. Brian?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to add a little piece onto that to say that I fully concur with what the Premier said and yourself, but also to highlight just even in our own recent Speakers Parliament conference, there was a tremendous amount of deliverable from a cultural perspective, and I think his ministry covered the whole cost. And I know that was not anticipated, because at that time we didn't know we were going to do that conference. And from a former Minister of Tourism perspective, these conferences bringing economic value through the tourism accommodation taxes, so we make the money on the back end. So you have full support, even if you need to come back again, because I'm certain the Ministry of Finance and all the other ministries will be trying to focus on more conference tourism for Cayman, which you're going to be forced to have money to deliver that culture. So I just thought I'd put that on the record.
Mrs. Speaker, can I just have a word, please?
Mrs.
I also
Santos.
just want to lend my voice and support to what has been said in regarding to our culture and our Cayman heritage. As you all know, that's something that's very, very dear to me. And one of the proposals that I'm presently working on is a proposal so that we can ably reimburse or recognize our local vendors or local Cayman icons and artisans, because a lot of times we ask them to let us shine at their expense, and then they are not rewarded for their efforts. And so if we want Cayman culture, we have to realize that that comes with a price, and we cannot have that and make us shine and then not expect to help them. I mean, when I had an event this weekend for Kite Fest, which I'm trying to bring back some of the cultures and the things that we used to do in yesteryear. I mean, I didn't expect Mr. Deal to come out and not pay him. That's his time, So, and Mr. Christian and those that came and helped with that. In the same way, when we want our artisans to show up with their plait work and their gig spinning and their rope making and all of that, I made it my personal business to ask them a few times now, were you offered anything? And the answer was always, no, I was asked to come, but I wasn't offered anything. And many times they come out and they don't sell their wares. So if they came out and they went home with $500-600 after selling 10 baskets, that'd be different. But a lot of times they don't sell anything, And so we just asking them to come and render that service, but yet they're not rewarded. And so one of the things I'm working on, because every time I go abroad and I land in Barbados or I land in Jamaica or I land in South Africa, I see their culture from the time I enter that airport until I leave. And so that's one of the things that is very, very important to me, is that we show our Caymanian culture to everywhere we go and everywhere we can on this island, and that when people come here, they can see what our culture is all about. And in order for us to do that, we have to get much more serious about rewarding our artisans. And so our local artisans are going to get rewarded if I have anything to do with it. Just like our sportsmen, we were saying, we can't have all these sports people, our wonderful sportsmen, and expect for them to just practice and do so well in all the sports and yet not support them. So I agree with minister proposals, which you all will hear coming later, for us to support those sportsmen in any way we can financially. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank all members who spoke in support of this, because the Premier kind of covered a lot of what I was going to say at the wrap-up. But certainly, like the member that just spoke before me, culture and heritage is near and dear to me. It is what I grew up in, is what I live, is what put food on the table for many, many of us, older ones. I'm talking about the young ones on that side, sir. I'm talking about the older ones on this side. It is what put food on our table. And before we recognize it as culture and heritage, we saw it as hard work. But as you got older, you understood what it meant to us and what it means even more now to us as a country. And I will continue to advocate for us to continue to showcase who we are and where we came from as a people. And in that, I hope to also ensure that when the government puts on a program or a seminar, so that we are there forefront showcasing our culture and our heritage, so that those people who visit our shores can know who we are and where we came from.
All those in favor of supplementary expenditure with respect to YSC5 Celebrate Cayman for an amount of $1,350,815 being approved, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. TP 107, Youth, Sports, Culture and Heritage Programs. Section 12, appropriation is being sought in the amount of $1,746,000. This item is open. Mr. Bryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is following on from the previous question that the minister asked for us to redirect to this appropriation. And it mainly has to do with, and I don't want to, I think all of us are chomping at the bits to ask this question. I think my good colleague, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, wanted to speak about Mr. Cover. I was talking about Mr. Reid, but there's so many other amazing stories from a sports perspective that is before us that I think we can almost summarize them all in one. Our athletes are doing great across the world. And we've had ad hoc approaches to grants, depending on the term, depending on the minister, depending on the policy. For one, we in the opposition, the official opposition, and I'm certain I can say that on behalf of the independent members, support a more permanent approach to this with the necessary funding. But when they are carrying our brand, it's giving value to the Cayman Islands and also gives them incentive to continue to push harder and increase that momentum. So has your administration, through you, Minister, considered giving a grant to those athletes who have done so well carrying the Cayman brand? And if so, what are they and will they be permanent moving forward?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for the question and his preamble before that. Mr. Chair, all of us in here recognize what has happened to us, especially in this 2026 with our sportsmen and women. We have good news story to tell. We did well in Carifta with the young lady, I can't remember her name, Linton. Jordan Crooks announced return back to the sports. We had Mr. Reid and now Jackson. They're all good news stories. I don't know if you all heard a phone ringing a while ago. That was supposed to me to join a call with an Ottawa radio station to speak about Jackson Cover. I did not know if I was going to be here that long, but I will apologize when I speak back to it again. There's two radio stations that wanted to interview us on how we feel about that. We must support those people who are going to be running under the flag with that coat of arms that showcase who we are. We must support them. And to that end, we are developing a policy that will soon come to caucus and cabinet for approval that will speak about the different level of athletes and how we support them. So once we get that, I'm be willing to share with all members of this House and this committee of what we're going to be doing to support them. But of course, my good friend from Bontong West says it takes cash to care.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I just want to say, and I know my good colleague, the Honourable Deputy Speaker, want to add to it. I just want to say on the official behalf of the official opposition, we give the governor our full support and look forward to that development of that policy for the different tiers so you can get the support financially.
Yeah, and let me just clarify the policies around amateur athletes.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. And yes, it would be for those athletes who are competing professionally and wearing the brand Cayman. Yeah, yeah.
Mr. Chair, through you, are there any timelines pertaining to that policy?
Minister.
I think within another 2 months we should be ready, because I have a draft of it which I'm looking at right now.
Do you need my participation? I'm just joking.
Mr. Chairman, because I was hoping for a specific result today. Are we saying then that there hasn't been an agreed grant for some of the names that we've mentioned thus far? I don't want to call specific names because I am not sure about the college component of their obligation of funding acceptance. But those who are able to accept, have you gotten an agreement? Because I know by now, I know we're proud enough to say, boy, give him a grant. We've done so with the swimmer, Mr. Brooks. So I'm trying to think. Crooks, sorry, my apologies.
Yes, sir. And when, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, and when he became the world champion, he was still in college. That was a bit of an issue. So, again, yeah, that's it. Yeah. Sorry. So that was a bit of issue when we gave him that funding because he became our first world champion in any sport. So yes, we treading lightly, but we are minded, and we've had brief discussions within the caucus of how we, again, reward people like that, and that's the policy would also cover that.
So just to clarify the discussion, I've also said to the minister that the government needs to retain a name, image, likeness lawyer from the United States, because college athletes in the United States can be paid. It's been that way for a long, long time now, but the issue is you have to do everything compliant with NCAA rules and the legislation that governs NIL. So all that will be included in the wrap.
Mr. Chairman, I think you said something in spirit of controlling the expectations of money, and I hope you give me leeway on this, because you said about amateur as opposed to pro. Now, I do get the understanding that once you become pro, you make good money. And therefore, the question of whether they should be given grants or not may be subjective. But what you also need to recognize is that when you get pro, your exposure gets even larger. For example, when I was minister, we had a pro golf player. And the fact that they were carrying the Tourism Cayman brand gave us that exposure from a tourism perspective. So it's no longer a grant, it's now a partnership of marketing. So I want us to be mindful that it goes from a grant to potentially marketing opportunities, because even bigger than an ambassador but it's no different than the Nike sign on the shirts of the sports athlete. Could be ci.ky or dot.ky or visit cayman.ky. So I want us to be mindful that the country doesn't think that because you go pro, there cannot be a partnership with the Cayman Islands government for exposure purposes, because those athletes are the ones who are most likely wanting to work in partnership with the Cayman Islands, because we're in the business of tourism. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely, and I'm sure that lots of them, once they were to become very successful, would glad to do it because this is the home country anyway. The only point I was making is, and pro, I put pro in quotes because some people even consider NCAA athletes almost pro now, but it's all about expectations and making sure that we do it and manage it in the way that the public would be happy with the way we're doing it. Give you another example. You can be in minor leagues and not necessarily making a big contract, but you're pro. So you'd have to shape it around different sports, is the point I'm making. Tatum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me first start off by thanking the Deputy Premier and Minister for Culture and Sports for accommodating a meeting yesterday. With John Bodden and his coach from the Cayman Islands Sailing Club. We had a history lesson, which things I didn't appreciate. You would have heard of some of them. And Deputy Premier, I think you'd have heard that there's a gift waiting with regards to something that your father signed. The Cayman Islands Sailing Club was the founding member, I didn't realize this, of the Olympic Committee. It is because of the work done by the men and ladies, I guess, back then, why we end up having an Olympic Committee. If I could be so bold, sir, and I just ask for consideration to maybe, before I say this, I appreciate also that things seem positive, including when you committed to us in this House to look at putting back in place the youth swimming program so that the young girls and boys in our government schools can once again partake with the sailing program that used to be there, that went away. And I'm anticipating, hoping, praying that we'll be able to get some additional funding in place for that. There is some paperwork and so on that needs to happen, that has been agreed to happen. But I'm hoping that you might agree that if it does sound like it's positive for that funding to be put in place, that we could probably look at increasing this to 1.8 million to make sure the funding is there if and when you're able to get that program restarted.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I did have a previous engagement with the Sailing Club, and they do have a wealth of knowledge about the history of how the Olympic Committee was started. And they are one of the other organizations that we're looking at in supporting, because sea, boats, and sailing is Caymanian, sir. Right? And I believe that the program that they have that would benefit a number of our young people, especially those after-school program, is worthwhile supporting.
Mr. Tatum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I noticed I didn't hear a yes to increasing the funding, but I will say thank you. I will leave it with you. I believe it will happen. And you're right, that is our culture and our heritage, and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of young people from our schools, our government schools, used to participate in those programs. They were very sad when it went away, but let's just hope we can get that back in place.
Mrs. McGowan-Lumsden.
Mr. Chair, I didn't have a question, sir.
Mr. Chair, just before if you're going to take the vote now, I just want to address the
Olympic pool.
Yes, the Olympic pool, yes.
Yeah.
We are planning the groundbreaking for that on July 10th. So that's why I say you're jumping the gun. But July 10th, and all members of the House should be getting invitations very soon to attend that.
Thank you. All those in favor of all those in favor of supplementary expenditure with respect to TP 107, Youth Sports, Culture and Heritage Programs in the amount of $1,746,000 pursuant to Section 12 of the PMFA being approved, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? No. The ayes have it. I would like to thank the Honourable Minister and his team for the work they've put into getting us to this point. I now turn to the last set of appropriations for the committee to consider.
And just before, if I may, Mr. Chair, I also want to thank my team, the CFO, the Chief Officer, and all the other ministry staff who has worked so hard for us to put these programs on. The Culture and Heritage Unit, they Celebrate Cayman, they all do a fantastic job to showcase our culture and heritage to our people in this country and those who visit our shores. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Supplementary appropriations are being sought for the Ministry of Tourism and Trade Development. EI1, Cayman Airways Limited, pursuant to Section 12 of the PMFA, $13,030,000 is being sought to meet uncontrollable cost pressures and unexpected expenses. Are there any questions?
Mr. Chairman, at the floor, sir. Yeah.
Mr. Bryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To you, to the minister, I see the description for the appropriation changes to meet the uncontrollable cost pressures, unexpected expenses, and based on my calculations, it's $2.530,000. I think that's correct. 2.53, 253,000. Oh, $2,530,000 increase. Oh, hold on. What am I talking about? My apologies. It's a $13 million increase. I was taking away the original from what you're asking for and getting the difference. Math wasn't mathing then. Through you, Mr. Chair. So what, can you break down the 13 million? Let's just start there.
Minister.
Mr. Chairman, through you, thank you for the member from Georgetown Central. The breakdown is uncontrollable impacts and costs, 5.5 million. Fuel cost impact projections, 5.28 million. And engine lease shop visit, 2.25 million.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the engine lease 2.5, fuel cost 2.2.
So 2.25 on engine lease.
2.25, and 5.2 for fuel.
5.28.
5.28, and the 5.8 at the top.
5.5.
5.5. What was that for?
The 5.5 is for 2.3 million in anticipated growth that was short. We also had $2 million increased ground handling and security costs.
How much?
$2 million US.
Yeah.
We have aircraft maintenance requirements across the fleet exceeding projections by approximately $955,000 US. Health insurance premiums increased approximately $500,000 US. The cost providing onboard meal service has increased by $200,000. Mandatory simulator training, which is essential safety requirement, increased by approximately $150,000. Marketing promotions for the Austin launch was $250,000. Aircraft cleaning costs increased by approximately $100,000. Delayed services fees, which incurred within the aircraft arrives or departs over half hour late, $50,000. Counter and gate space costs in USA airports increased by $20,000, and ground services equipment costs increased by $15,000. This adds up to 5.5 CI.
Thank you so much. Through you, Mr. Chairman, can you go over the first four of that 5.5 again? Because these types of descriptions could be useful to provide for members before Finance Committee, so we could avoid this lengthy questioning so we could know. But so I have to ask you again, slowly here.
Mr. Chairman, through you, the first four line items or the first 4 million?
The first four line items of the 5.5 million.
Okay. The revenue for the airline remained broadly in line with the prior year, but did not achieve approximately 2.3 million growth anticipated in the budget. We also had $2 million for ground handling and security costs. The aircraft maintenance requirements across the fleet exceeded.
Gotcha. I got the one I needed. So we don't need to repeat it anymore from there, Minister. Sorry not to be rude, but saving time, because it's the last appropriation. When you say it did not make the projected revenue to 2.3, can you tell us about that and what's happening with the airline?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, through you, the additional new capacity in the South Florida market, especially in Miami, Fort Lauderdale, was a huge impact in Cayman Airways come out of the Miami area when we had Spirit and JetBlue, and they recently pulled out service in April. And since then, we've seen a significant increase, especially in our Miami route.
Sorry, that's good news, the increase. But you just said to me that there was a reduction in projections of revenue. I'm trying to understand whether you're not making the amount of money, but that's totally opposite than what you said. I'm confused a little bit there.
So I think the members seeking clarity on the underperformance on revenue of 2.2 million, I think you mentioned.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, it was the first quarter from April through March, from January through March that we had the issues. But I'm happy to speak with my team behind me and get some better clarity for you, if you give me just 30 seconds. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, January through March was a challenging time, but since those airlines have come out of pulled out of Fort Lauderdale, we've seen a gradual increase with the airline coming back. In fact, it's been brought to my attention that May was the highest revenue for Cayman Airways to date.
Mr. Bryan, continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a bit confused because today is the 30th of June, and naturally you have a budget for 12 months. Actually, you have it for 2 years. So you have the ability to use monies that you have, and you've had a hard first quarter, recognize on circumstances, but then you come back. So I'm assuming Cayman Airways has come to you as minister, we need some money. Things were hard in the first quarter. But then they've made up money in May. So I'm confused as to why they're asking for 2.3. I'm not saying they don't deserve it or don't need it, but the justifications you give thus far, and the listening audience is going to be like, hold on, but you have other money, and you also could wait a little bit longer down the rest of the financial year before you execute a request for it, because you may just recover back that money. Have you had discussions? If you recover back that money, does it go back to ministry, or what's your plan there?
Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. We also have the fuel costs that nobody anticipated seeing that coming. You know, we woke up March, United States had gone into Iran, fuel went through the roof. We have that, we anticipate that will take us through probably the end of Q3 with high fuel costs. Plus, we had the engine shop visit that we did not anticipate. That engine issue happened here in Cayman, and it's cost us, the plane has been down for 3 months, and I've been reliably informed that we finally got that plane airborne on Sunday. So that plane is now back into service. That engine is either on the way or has arrived in Amsterdam. That cost is projected at 2.25. These are all unforeseen costs that we had no idea.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, and I'm glad to hear that the engine matter is finally getting resolved and the plane is back up in the air, and hopefully it gets resolved soon. I also accept that, yes, fuel prices have gone up, but I did ask you for a breakdown of the 13 million, and you did give me a breakdown. I didn't mention the fuel, didn't mention the engine or any of those factors. I was talking about the 2.3 million. So you didn't ask them my question. My question was, why are you asking for more money for the first quarter when you have the rest of the 3 quarters left of the year, and your team is now saying to you had the best record on Cayman Airways history in May in making money? So is it justified to have come to your Honourable Minister and your caucus to ask for $2.3 million? I didn't say about the other, which should be just over $10 million. Of course, those are ones you can't get away from. You didn't foresee them. But when it comes to revenue, you're saying the 2.3 was a loss based on your projection estimates. Do you understand the question?
Minister, can you clarify when you said that Cayman Airways made the best month in history? Is that the best May?
Mr. Chairman, it was the best May ever as far as revenue.
Is May typically a good or bad month, relatively speaking? No. Is May, because all months are not created equal. December, heavy month. January, heavy month. So is May normally, a really good month? I mean, I used to audit this airline. I didn't think it was, but you all need to answer the question.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we were coming out of a very strong winter season from January to March, where we had a lot of other airlines coming in here. When we lost several out of, like, for instance, Fort Lauderdale alone, when Spirit and JetBlue came out, that opened up the market for us better in South Florida. But we've also had other airlines reduce their services from other destinations in the Cayman, which Cayman Airways was able to capitalize on and pick up. Plus, we also had Austin come in late May, and that's done extremely well for June and the forward bookings for July.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think I'm going to be able to reiterate the question any further. I elucidated as much as I possibly can. I'm not going to dispute any of the other $10.8 million that you've asked for, which deals with the rental of the engine, which deals with the fuel, which deal with the unforeseen costs for parking fees and a number of other things you've highlighted, taxes in other jurisdictions at their departure. But the 2.3, I got to say, unfortunately, Minister, you have not justified the reason why you're asking your cabinet and your government for $2.3 million right after the first quarter. 2 months later, you had record-breaking revenues of that month, and you still had the rest of the monies that was allocated for Cayman Airways for 3 quarters. So you could have held on, not you, because it's not under your ministry, so I want to give you credit there. Your board could have waited and used the monies that they would be allocated to and wait to see whether they genuinely needed to come back for $2.3 million. Because what's going to happen is when they make the extra money, they're going to come back to you and say, oh, Minister, here's back that money. It don't work like that with Cayman Airways. Now, I'm not here to stop Cayman Airways from getting money, but I'm also here to make sure that the government's finances are reasonably being requested. So I'll leave it there. I think I've said enough, but my next question in Parliament in September is going to be, okay, did you make over those projected amounts of money, and are you going to carry back that $2.3 million to core government? Because it doesn't seem like it sounds justified at this particular point in June of the year for your budget for Cayman Airways. I'll stop there.
Mr. Saunders.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarity, and maybe I'm a bit lost. Cayman Airways lose money every year. We know that. Even if you have record revenues in May, it does not translate to record profits. All it means is that you're just losing less money in that month, because pretty much Cayman Airways lose money every single month. The question for me, from me, Mr. Chairman, through you to the Honourable Minister, and it's more the future, and I tell you why. Last year, the U.S. airlines had a combined net profit of $6 billion. That's all the U.S. carriers. For the first quarter of 2026, the U.S. airlines had a net loss of combined of $1 billion. And that's largely driven by fuel costs and rising fuel costs and everything else, and plus decreased demand in certain areas. What I'm curious about where Cayman Airways is concerned is, one, with the Cuba, which was a route that paid for itself, and I understand contributed to Cayman Airways' positive financial performance, with Cuba now being out of the picture to some extent, and the cargo loads that we used to make from Cuba basically dropping. I'm curious now in terms of where the airline is going from a future standpoint in terms of absorbing these shocks with the high fuel costs, Cuba being down, and God knows what else is on the horizon.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, just give me a couple of seconds. Let me speak with my team here about the 2.3 for the member for Georgetown Central. Mr. Chairman, the budget anticipation growth of 5% did not materialize. So that will carry through. We anticipate that this will carry through for the rest of the year, for the next 6 months.
Thank you, Minister. That gave a little bit more clarity to it. So you're anticipating further losses, is what you're saying?
Mr. Chairman, we are not anticipating to make up the losses that we had in the first quarter.
Can the CFO of Cayman Airways inform the minister, historically, what percentage of revenue from Cayman Airways is made in the month of May?
Mr. Chairman, Cayman Airways accounts for approximately 25% of the revenue for each quarter throughout the year. May, although it was the highest in revenue, was not a significant amount higher that we can only say it was the highest May ever or month ever.
The question from the member from Bordentown West probably needs to be repeated at this point.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I will repeat it. Last year, combined U.S. airline carriers posted a net profit of approximately $6 billion. For the first quarter of 2026, they posted a net loss combined of roughly $1 billion. And what was driving those net losses across the different airlines was rising fuel costs and decreasing demand, especially, I guess, going to the Middle East with all of the stuff that was going on. So recognizing from Cayman Airways' standpoint that one, fuel costs have gone up significantly, and then two, coupled with the fact that Cuba, a route that traditionally used to pay for itself, or at least, from what I understand, either break even or made a small contribution to Cayman Airways' positive performance, with Cuba now being out of the picture, how does that impact the overall financial operations of Cayman Airways? So to collapse that or summarize it, is the rise in fuel costs with Cuba going down, how does the airline look going forward in terms of what can we expect for the rest of the year?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that. The Cuba flight was down to approximately 24% load factor. It was 30 to 40 passengers per flight. We pulled that back just a few days ago. The situation also with Cuba was we were losing about $2,000 per flight going to Cuba, And the fuel cost that you speak about has had a significant impact on Cayman Airways since March. And they continue to get, we don't see any relief till the third quarter of this year.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Mr. Chairman, through you, and this is pretty much something I guess I need to get off my chest, especially for the listening public. We have already accepted that, again, if you look at most U.S. airlines, they generally make their money from their loyalty program and not from transportation itself. So let's establish that the days of making money from transportation in airlines is done. If you go through and you look at Delta, American Airlines, most of them, their primary revenue drivers or profit drivers is their loyalty program, their American Airline miles and everything else. Transportation is dead. We'll establish that. From a Cayman Airways standpoint, we also need to accept, and I think the House has already recorded this, that Cayman Airways itself is an economic accelerator in terms of within our market. It is not going to make money from transportation. Pretty much no North American airline carrier does. And for every airline that has tried to make money from transportation, whether it be Eastern, whether it be Air Jamaica, whether it be BW, they have all gone under. Transportation is done. Let's just establish that. You don't make money on seats anymore. You have to find something else. And even the U.S. carriers running at over 80% load factors, they themselves don't make money from transporting passengers. So I think Cayman Airways is running at 60-something% the last time when the honorable member from Georgetown East had asked the question with regards to load factors. If U.S. airlines at 80% can't make a profit in transporting, Cayman Airways at 60-something% is not going to make it. We'll establish that. So don't care what revenues you have coming in, your costs, you'll always be losing money. The benefit that we always need to look at, that we need to spend more time quantifying, is when you look at year-round, you can get a ticket to Miami for $300 and something. Other Caribbean islands don't have that. I mean, so we have basically allowed Cayman Airways to keep the prices on the U.S. market competitive for many Caymanians. It's very difficult to put a price on that. And then also from the other part is in terms of cargo, where, again, Cuba paid for itself really from cargo. And when you have to be carrying more fuel because you can't get fuel in Cuba, you have impacted your cargo loads right there too. So there are a lot of different factors going in. But what I want to say in all of that, Mr. Chairman, just to collapse everything, is that we knew coming in last year when we saw the budget, Cayman Airways did not get sufficient funds to start this year in terms of the subsidy. We knew that. So I did expect, frankly, I expected you to come for more money, to be honest with you, with what has been going on. But I guess it is still early in the year and we'll see what is happening. But at a minimum, we just need to get the public to understand that the days of making money on transportation in airlines in the Americas is over. It's not happening anymore. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Tatum.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Through you to the Minister. Minister, you referred to an engine and you made reference to something happening to it in Grand Cayman. Could you elaborate on that? I thought that was a curious thing to say.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I would prefer to have the engineering expert answer this question. The CEO.
This is the technical question around this engine?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
The chair is allowing the CEO, Mr. Fabian Worms, to answer this technical question and relate to this engine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you can imagine, the aircraft are maintained under a very comprehensive and extensive maintenance program. And a large part of it is preventative maintenance, which means inspections are done periodically. And with respect to engines, we have special internal inspections that we do where we actually use probes. It's called a borescope. And you'd go inside the engine and you look at all the rotating parts. So an engine can be performing absolutely normal, but there can be a defect on the inside. And that's the whole purpose of doing these inspections. So on this particular engine, we encountered a defect which, to the average person, if you were to eyeball it, you would say, wow, is that something that could really take an aircraft out of service? But there was a delamination of a coating on a vane within the engine, and that just simply needed to be replaced before next flight. And unfortunately, the engine has to be disassembled. So the actual part that's going to go in is not going to be that expensive, but the entire process of sending the engine to shop, having it disassembled, replacing the part, and reassembling it, that's where the expense comes in. So this is not anything extraordinary that happened. It's something that every airline is vulnerable to at all times. It's the whole reason you do the inspections periodically. It's to pick up defects at an early stage before they can become something more serious.
Mr. McTaggart.
Yes, sir, thank you. To the Minister, I'm aware that CIW did do a flight on Sunday, not with passengers, but it was just a test. But you said that it was back in service. I just wanted to confirm that that really is the case. It's back in service?
Yes, correct.
That's just wonderful news.
And the flight that, through you, Mr. Chair, the flight that we did, just to instill some confidence in how we operate, the flight that we did was not necessary from a regulatory perspective. There was need for a flight test after a routine engine change, installing a new engine. But because we had sat the aircraft for a prolonged period, we didn't want to put it into service and there be a few latent bugs that show their face on the first flight. So what we did was call a confidence flight.
Thank you. And then through you again to the Minister, if I may, one other question. You mentioned the cost of leasing the engine now for what, 2.2 million, and then the cost of the shop visit as another 2+ million. Am I right?
Through the chair, the combined cost of everything to do with the engine situation is 2.25. So that includes leasing an engine to put on wing while the engine goes to shop. It includes the expenses we anticipate out of the shop repair. It included the expenses to fly the spare engine in on a special freighter. It included the expense to bring in the specialized field service team that conducts an engine change like this in the field. That's a comprehensive number for everything to do with the engine.
Including the lease?
Including the lease.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Tatum.
I just had the question I was wanting to ask answered, sir. I'm good.
Any further questions? No further questions.
One from me, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Sorry.
Oh, Mr. Mac.
Just for transparency, what does it cost you on the average now for a gallon of fuel or per pound, whatever it is, say since December 31st?
Honorable Minister.
I know it varies at every airport that we go into.
Mr. Chairman, just give us a few seconds.
Cost of fuel per gallon.
Through the chair, our average fuel price today is US $4.75 per gallon. Now, that average is arrived at based on uplifting different amounts of fuel at different locations.
Sure.
Fuel uplift in Cayman is approximately 80 cents to $1 US more than we would pay anywhere else. That's generally how it works. So we try to uplift as little as possible as we can in Cayman. However, when it comes to the domestic service, the Twin Otter and Saab flights, there is no choice. We have to uplift locally. So this is why the the average tends to lean more towards the higher side of the range than we would like.
And if you don't mind, through you, Mr. Chairman, how would that compare to, say, towards the end of the year, before all of the world upheaval has taken place? I'm just trying to understand.
Honourable Minister.
Through the chair, just in rough terms, it would probably be about US $2 less per gallon.
Okay. That's pretty significant, guys. Very much so.
And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add, in regards to the member from Bordentown West, the board and the management is currently working on our own rewards loyalty program and credit card as well, because we realize the benefits that are there. And not only we want to fill those seats, but we want to try to get as much revenue coming as possible for Cayman Airways. But thank you for that as well.
To Mike Taggart.
Numbers were rolling through my head, sir. But that's nearly 100% increase in the cost of fuel. Holy cow. Yep. Now you understand.
That's why they posted that big old loss. All of US
Mr. Chairman, through you, the last percentage that I got from the CFO was 83% increase in fuel, and we did not budget for that.
There's no further questions. All those in favor of the supplementary expenditure with respect to EI1 Cayman Airways Limited for an amount of $13,030,000 being approved, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Minister, I want to thank you and your team.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, dear. I would also like to thank, the entire government here for the support of Cayman Airways. Cayman Airways is such a valuable asset that this country has, and I know that whatever we can do to make it more affordable for the people of this country, that we will do. I want to thank the management and also my ministry for all the hard work they've done, and also the board. And I thank all the members, from across this floor for the questions that they asked, because the public has the right to know. And let's continue to work to make sure that Cayman Airways can be the best airline that this country has. Not this country, but the world has. Thank you.
Thank you, members. This brings us to the end of the agenda items for Finance Committee. The approval of these items by Finance Committee will now enable them to form part of the Supplementary Appropriation Bill for the 2026 financial year. Honourable members will also know, too, that although Finance Committee has approved these items today, these same items will be seen again later by the committee because the government has to include them in a Supplementary Appropriation Bill for the 2026 financial year, which committee members will see. Such a wrap-up supplementary bill is due to be presented to the Parliament no later than 3 months after the 2026 financial year, so by 31st of March 2027. Proceedings in Finance Committee are now concluded, and approvals granted by Finance Committee will enable budgets to be increased so as to allow the additional expenditures to be incurred on the areas of expenditures that the committee has discussed and approved. Let me thank the Honourable Financial Secretary, the Senior Assistant Financial Secretaries, the Accountant General, the Deputy Accountant General, and all the senior management team within the Ministry of Finance for all the work that they've put in. The work will continue, and in September, God willing, when we call Finance Committee back, we will also continue to have updates so that the committee and the public are kept abreast of where we are financially and ensure that we are practicing responsible fiscal management and complying with all elements of the FFR. We can only continue to hope and pray that the budget continues to hold up the way it has thus far. The revenues, as has been reported, and I've given the schedules to all members, will show that we are performing extremely well, and we anticipate things to continue to improve on that in that front. We know that we have a number of 11.5s that have not come to this committee, including things like the fuel relief program, etc., which again have already been captured in those forecasts that we've distributed. But I want to ensure that we're very much cognizant that those types of items may have to be continued beyond the initial 4 months that we have said so far. So we will continue to monitor things. We'll continue to ensure the public is kept abreast, because it's important that the public understands how the budget is performing. I want to thank the clerk and the deputy clerk and Ms. Nordra for her assistance to the committee. Thank members of the opposition for your questions. We've had a good session today. We've ended in good form. Hopefully this will happen again in September, God's willing. They say you must speak it forward. That's what the young people say. So I want to thank honourable members. Proceeding Finance Committee are now concluded.